That was kind of my main takeaway. It also sounds like he might change his daily driver as well, because he's been driving the same e-Golf now for, I think he said 7 years. But lots of good detail in there. It's a really good listen.
What's he gonna get for his daily driver?
I don't know. He made it sound like that was kind of his pick. He also talked about the Rivian, the new, I think it's R3, something 3, that's going to be out and not for quite a while. He likes that one too, but that he wants to actually buy straight away when it's released. But that's a ways away. He mentioned several things about the suspension, about how he really liked the suspension, and just remember, Jason, like, he's not paid or anything for this by Tesla, so he also talks about negative things. Like, he really likes the seats, but he felt like some of the dampening could be a little bit um, loosened for the beginnings of understeer. So he talked about a turn. So I felt like it was a very balanced review.
Great. Joe Maj. Joe, go ahead. About Tesla, go ahead. Joe Maj, go ahead. About Tesla, go ahead.
Hey, Yaman, how are you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Very good. Really happy with yesterday's call. A lot of new information. Everything sounds very interesting.
What was your most critical takeaway?
Well, I mean, I like the compromise that they decided to do, and now everything is like, now everything has been clarified about what's going on with the new model and everything. So it's like they basically found a compromise. So they're not going to build the new car on that new platform with the unboxed method, but instead they're going to use as much as they can the current lines, essentially build it on the Model 3 and Model Y basis, and but still use some of the components from that, what they planned for that new model. So that allows them to do it much sooner. It's not going to be as inexpensive as we all hoped, but it's a good start. And what they didn't say is that even though only the new what did they call this, cyber cab, the new robotaxi car will be built on the new line, but the same new line can later be used for obviously other models. So I don't think they canceled that idea. I think they just delayed it. So they will start with the current production lines to do a cheaper car on those lines, but that still doesn't preclude building less expensive cars down the road on the new production line. So I think that's a good way. So they remove the pressure from the new lines, from the new factories and everything, so they can go ahead and do the cheaper cars now without waiting for that. But then that's still that opportunity remains, and they will work it out on using that robotaxi car first.
Great, thank you. Omar, how are you?
Hey, doing good. I was just taking an Uber ride back home, and my Uber was a Model Y, and she had the FSD, and I said, "How do you like it?" And she said, "Oh, it's really nice. I love it." So that was cool to see.
You just say like how you like it. No.
Yeah, and I did some FSD drives this morning, so it does pretty much all drives perfectly. I did have one takeover that was kind of safety critical. where it was kind of trying to get into the right turn lane, but I felt like it was getting too close to one of the cars that it needed to go around. It was kind of being a little skittish and not deciding, not committing to, go into the right turn lane until it was too late. So I had a safety critical takeover, but other than that, all the other drives were zero intervention. So it's doing pretty good. It's doing, most drives at zero intervention. It's not that it's completely eliminated errors, but there were some construction zones, some pretty dynamic situations, and it handled it.
Meta, how are you?
Good. I'm finding it funny that people think Adrian is Elon again.
Yeah, right.
Just-
What do you think?
well, there was a space where they were literally talking over each other, and Elon was quite convinced this was somebody using AI, and he was very, from my opinion, Elon was rightfully very impressed by what AI you're using. I personally am of the opinion if this is somebody who has AI and it's reacting this real time and this impressive in copying someone, they'd be they would get some instant notoriety by publishing a paper on it. So more likely it's Occam Razor and it's just somebody happens to sound the same. Just like there's people who look the same in the world. There are people who sound the same too.
Yeah. What do you think of Omar's safety critical disengagement?
I was transitioning into speaker mode, so I didn't hear the whole thing.
Omar, while we have Meta and West on the board, would you like to give us more detail on what happened?
Yeah, it was just driving on the street and it needed to turn right. So there was a right turn that was kind of, a right turn lane that was kind of on the side that it had to enter. So it's started realizing that there was a right turn lane there and he needed to go, but it wasn't really committing. So it was moving forward a little bit, then kind of turning right, but then moving forward a little bit. And it got to the point where it was going around the car, but it just felt a little close to the car. So I hit the brake and just kind of, moved over to get further away from it. And, it wasn't like there was an imminent crash or anything like that. Like I haven't had a lot of those, but it was a takeover that was, obviously to avoid getting too close to something and possibly hitting it. So that was the first one I've had in, I don't even remember how long, at least 12 days. But it wasn't really a big deal. It was just sort of being cautious.
Yeah, I think we need a new name for these. How do you guys feel about comfort critical disengagement? Because, like Omar said, probably wouldn't have led to an accident. A lot of times, the car, like we've seen in, I think AI drivers videos too, there are times where the car needs to squeeze through tight spaces, and it does it, and we're like, "Wow, that was very impressive because it was necessary." But in other situations where it's not necessary, it still decides to do that because it's comfortable with it, but the person in the vehicle is like, "I would rather you leave more space. Even though you're a confident driver, I'm not confident I could take over." And the hesitation on lane selection, I've observed that too. I think there's definitely some staging stuff happening there. I continue to think they need to expand the token window. It was interesting in the call, Ashok mentioned different software architectures. I'm guessing they're looking at the continual um, there's a bunch of papers in the space. I'm not going to name exactly which one they're probably looking at, but there's a bunch of papers on expanding memory, and they're probably looking at one of those.
Thank you. West,
Oh,
welcome back.
circular memory. That's what I was going to say. Not continual. Circular memory.
Hey, did you see the 2 papers I sent you?
I did, and I responded.
Have you read those papers?
The first one's the one you've heard me quote many times in this space.
I
That's the
know.
detail
I'm
paper.
joking. Oh my God,
Okay.
I'm joking. Relax.
I thought maybe you didn't see
Everybody
the word
relax.
chinchilla on the paper title, and you're like, "This isn't the same."
Come
paper.
on. This is like, the stock is up 12% and people still aren't relaxed. What is happening here?
Hey, I never relax when it comes to papers.
All right. Well, I use the paper in
True,
my article.
actually.
Wes, welcome back. You having connection issues?
Yeah, I had to kill the app, come back.
Oh, we have Miss Gillibean in here. Let's see if she wants to come up and talk. While she enters the speaker board, Clay, go ahead.
Do we think that Tesla, just following up on Meta's point, will add an option when you disengage to classify what type of disengagement was? Like, I mean, almost every time when I get to my
No, that's not
destination.
gonna happen. Because then you
Okay.
would be relying on the drivers, and this is very variable. I don't know how they decide. I mean, he did kind of talk about it a little bit. Like, Meta, what do you think? How do you think they decide on what is safety critical?
Yeah, I should have talked about this. There's very easy ways that they said, and I thought this was really interesting in the call, that not only are they watching the dashboard, but they're sorting the disengagements based on how critical they are. Generally, you would use things like how hard do the brakes have to be hit, how, like, after you took over, how much did you have to turn the wheel? Very sort of like there's all these different factors that are passive data, and since all user input is error, you don't need the input from the user. You can infer a lot of this stuff. By the time you really need detailed explanations of what happened, disengagements will be rare and far between, and then they'll just call you.
It'll be national news. It'll
Yeah,
be
it'll be like,
oh my
"There's
god,
another
this person!
disengagement."
Oh my god! In Nepal, there was a disengagement. Can you believe it? Clay,
Do we know what they're doing with the voice recordings when it asks you for your voice recording?
Yeah, it's very easy to assume that they transcribe that and then combine that with vehicle telemetry plus navigation telemetry and maybe also various predictions that the vehicle was making at the time. They bundle that all up, save it on disk, and the next time you connect to Wi-Fi, they send it up. The voice back they probably send up right away or independently, and then based on your feedback, they can decide what they want to pull. Although we've seen evidence recently that they're just pulling everything, so they might just be saying, "Screw it, just pull it all." The only reason not to pull it all would be bandwidth savings and data center compute savings.
you know what I realized? So as I type things, I can't post at the same time. But if it's Meta talking, I can wait 2 seconds and he will resume talking. It always works. It never fails. So I don't have to rush back here. Chansu,
Hey guys, yeah. So just wanted to add to Omar's experience of car getting close. I sort of experienced similar one today, basically on my way from work home. So it was like a back-to-back rush hour traffic, and then the car got really close to the car in front. I have very high tolerance for these things, so I let it do its thing. But I can see totally why some people might have be a little bit worried and disengage. It was the distance plus the sort of acceleration right before the sort of stopping.
actually, thank you, Chansu. All right, looks like Miss Jillibean maybe not available at this point, but maybe she'll join us later. Did you guys hear Marquis is selling his Model S Plaid and replacing with a 911? Can you believe this?
Well, he bought a Cybertruck too.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, that makes more sense.
Maybe you should try the new Model 3.
I think the Cybertruck makes a lot more sense for him. He has like a lot of production equipment and stuff. He talked about this. Like they had a Rivian for this purpose before, I think. But then, like obviously the Cyber Beast is like plaid quick, but it's also got power outlets which are super useful. You can put all your production stuff in the truck. And he's pretty tall also, so it's a lot more comfortable from that perspective.
Are you taking coffee bets on how long he keeps the 911?
He'll probably keep it. I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's hard to go from a Tesla to a non-Tesla. If he was using autopilot, I think he's going to miss it really quickly.
He wasn't. Did you see his review on FSD about a year ago?
No.
It was clear that he wasn't using like he didn't even get the facts right in the review.
Do you think he's tried V12?
I don't know. I didn't really watch his channel. I don't find it informative. Grant.
Hey, I don't know if this is a topic that we're cool going through, but I tweeted something about the whole Elon versus Adrian thing earlier today, and I feel like people are all losing their minds. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I'm just curious on that front. Do you guys think, I mean, everyone
Omar?
thinks it's not the same person. Is there proof, or what's the actual backstory?
Meta or
You
Omar?
know, I just think it's funny when, like, when the bear thesis starts falling apart, you can always tell because the bears start to get like really conspiratorial, right? So they'll like, say, "Oh, you're like secretly a Tesla employee," or like, "Oh, this guy's secretly Elon." Like you saw it again in 2018, 2019, like a lot of like, "Oh, this guy's secretly Elon. This is Elon's burner account. Elon's doing this to sabotage us." But, Adrian is definitely not Elon. Like 100%.
Hey,
They've been
maybe
in a space together, right? So they've been in a space together talking to each other. They sound slightly different, they say different things. They're very clearly, different people. And people have actually met him in real life, like people that I know and trust. And he's a real person. He's not Elon, he's not AI. It's almost 100% he is not Elon.
I was just saying earlier before you joined the space, Grant, if this is an AI, then somebody should publish that paper because they would get a lot of press and they would probably win a lot of people over, because a real-time AI that
He's
can
not
respond
saying it's
that
an
quickly.
AI. He's saying it's Elon.
I know.
It's actually Elon just using his own voice.
Well, that's going to be the next thing, right? but if it is Elon, it'd be pretty funny because I'm in spaces explaining how AI works to Adrian at times, so it wouldn't make much sense. Just from like a logical standpoint, there's a big discrepancy of this being the same individual. Not to mention telling yourself jokes and laughing at the same time. Pretty impressive.
I'm going to push back a little on two things. So first, on the bear thesis, I linked my thoughts coming out of the earnings call. Happy to go through any of that into the chat here. But I mean, I think the way I preface the comment around whether or not they're the same person by saying, is there any evidence that a teenager with 3 phones couldn't reproduce? So all I'm hearing from people is a mix of like, nah, like I've got it on good authority. It's not, which is kind of trust me, bro, in my mind. And then the evidence that they were on a spaces together at the same time, which is kind of a teenager with 3 phones could pull off without too much difficulty. So I just don't think there's any compelling evidence they're not the same person. I'm choosing to believe they're the same person, but not a high conviction thing. That's just my take.
Wes.
Hey, Grant, let's see, I'll ask you one question, then I'll follow up with a first-person experience. But what information would you need to hear to prove that you're wrong?
Does anyone know who Adrian Dittman is? I mean, I get you're allowed to be anonymous. I mean, if I saw Adrian Dittman on camera talking just like Elon, I'd probably be inclined to think, oh, okay, there's the dude.
There are people who have FaceTimed him.
Can I just give you a firsthand experience of why I know you're wrong?
Sure.
Sure.
I'm open to being convinced. I'm just pointing out that I just haven't seen good evidence. Yeah.
So I worked at SpaceX for the past year. I'm not there now. I left a couple months ago. And I was on a call with Elon while Adrian was speaking live. So I hope that helps dispel this thing that you're trying to understand.
It helps. I mean, I'm inclined. I'm not 100% on this.
I think it's pretty obvious to me that any information won't convince you. Would that be a correct statement?
You jumped to that pretty quick. I am thinking.
No, I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
Okay, let me explain.
You can look me up on LinkedIn. Feel free.
I believe you are who you say you are. Can I explain now, or do you want to keep saying other stuff? Okay. I understand that if Elon was Adrian, vice versa, he would be heavily incented to not let people know that he's spending this time the way that he's spending this time. Elon's not an idiot, so I don't think it would be beyond him to find ways to record himself speaking and broadcast that audio in other channels when Elon's doing other things. Like, that's not, I understand that made to you sound wildly conspiratorial, but that's not crazy to me.
So if you think it's just audio recordings, how does he do the call and response?
He
Wait,
figures.
sorry, what response? What response?
Call and response, like when people talk to him and he answers those particular questions. Do you think Elon anticipated all the conversations?
I haven't seen a good example of that, but I'm open to seeing it. I mean, like,
Oh,
what?
I
best
love
example?
this discussion. This is great. This is amazing. Let's go.
I think it's funny too. I mean, I'm not trying to be a troll. I'm just asking.
let's go to Omar down West.
I just want to say, whenever you hear the bears making these eloquent arguments about why Tesla's going to fail, remember that they thought Adrian was Elon and they were convinced. And we said, yeah, he's definitely not Elon, 100%. And they said, I don't know. I don't believe you. So, I'm enjoying watching Grant make a fool of himself, but it is 100% not Elon. I mean, all you have to do is listen to the guy. Okay, like I can understand if you have a superficial understanding of Elon, you think he's like some cartoon character, then it may sound like Elon. But Elon says things that are, that actually make sense, that are profound, and Adrian's just some guy. You can clearly tell by like the substance of what they're saying. I don't know. I don't know what's going to convince you.
Can you give a specific example of something that Adrian has said that you believe Elon wouldn't have said?
Well, Elon talks like this. He's like, yeah, pause for 10 seconds. And then, he has these phrases he uses. He says the same things over and over again. Order of magnitude, it's like a horse, whatever. Adrian talks like this. He has the same voice, but he goes, there's no pause in there, There's very distinctive difference between how they speak.
Okay, we have a bunch of hands, and I know a bunch of people are requesting to speak. It's unlikely we're going to get to the people requesting to speak. Like I said earlier, if you want to jump to queue, leave a comment or a question in a reply, and I'm reviewing those replies. If I see something that I believe is valuable, should be on the board, I will ask you to come up. Okay, Wes.
Yeah, I'm really worried that this is a common delay tactic so that we're not talking about the real relevant things. So I vote to move on.
No, well, there's no vote open right now. Well, what gave you the impression there's ever a democracy in the topics discussed?
I know it's not, but it's just, I think it's just sad. I don't like, I never like to see people, kind of go down this weird path. It's not becoming like normal discourse.
Okay. Let's kind of go through the hands. Mike?
Okay, just so that we can get past this is absolutely ridiculous. When Adrian followed me, he sent me a direct message, okay? And it was an extensive conversation that I had with Adrian that went on for a half an hour. Certainly, Elon is not going to pay attention to me for a half an hour. So let's, as Wes said, let's move on. This is absolutely ridiculous.
ACDC.
Same thing. I agree. Let's move on. But I just want to know, let's just say if Adrian is Elon, Grant, would this support your bear thesis somehow? And in what case would it do that?
No, it's fine. We can skip that one. Peter.
Grant, there's actually a space that Elon held a few weeks ago where Adrian was in that space and they spoke to each other. If you want to go and listen to the recording, you can actually see them interact.
Yeah, all of these are easily disprovable theories.
Yeah, it's out there.
No. I'm saying what you're saying is easily disprovable.
Oh, okay. Well, so Elon talks to himself. Great.
Dylan.
He has 2 phones.
I was gonna say that there's no way that Elon would go on about every Tesla safety feature with us for like an hour last night. Come on.
Why? Yeah, anyway, okay, Grant.
Yeah, I mean, I get that I'm not going to convince anyone. I don't find the arguments that, like, there's no way Elon would spend 30 minutes messaging me on Twitter to necessarily be compelling to me. Like, I think he spends his time in weird ways. He is on Twitter all day doing whatever tweets. I would like to see one of the spaces, though. Does anyone have a link to one of the spaces where they talked? Because I'm open to, like, changing my mind. You know, I really am.
Yeah, there's a link in the replies. There's a link in the replies that you can check out in Meta.
Yeah, there's definitely tons of YouTube clips of it as well. But another thing just to keep in mind, just a very clear distinction. Adrian is way more emotive and speaks to like emotional stuff than Elon. That's a very clear distinction you can tell.
Sorry, say that again.
Adrian is way more emotive. Like he'll speak to emotional stuff and have an emotional discussion than Elon. So the comment about like the whole safety game, I could see someone like Elon getting pretty frustrated, wasting his time and bouncing.
Oh my God, give me a break. Come on, come up with better arguments. This is ridiculous. You're telling me that Elon Musk would not talk about safety features of that he built and it's critical to the company. You're telling me that he would not spend time doing that.
Oh, he'd spend time
And
talking about it.
I'm not saying
game.
he did. Listen, I'm not saying he did. I'm not taking sides here. Okay, I'm just really enjoying this conversation. But I really want both sides. The side that says Adrian is Elon, the side that says Adrian is not Elon. You guys need better arguments. This is low quality arguments here. ACDC.
I was gonna say, Yaman, maybe you can share the link with Grant to the call day before yesterday, where we went for 9.5 hours. I think it was 11:30 our time that we ended the call. And Adrian was on the call till the end, so perhaps it can change his mind as to it is, or maybe it could be him getting some good ideas to get on the earnings call the next day. So, Grant, it's your decision.
Dylan.
I think Omar made the best point. They talk different. Adrian's a yapper. He just keeps going. Elon likes to have big, long pauses.
Well, the problem with that argument is nobody ever speaks the same way at all times, right? Sometimes people do pause. Sometimes they go, fast. So it's not a very strong argument. Omar?
I mean, people have met him, so like Xander has met him. Lincoln was trying to get me to go out to Austin to see the eclipse with him. He's like, come on, man, Adrian's coming. We got to see the eclipse. And then I think Lincoln didn't actually end up going, but Lincoln has FaceTimed with him.
Wait, does Adrian live in Austin?
I think he's from Germany, and I think he lives in Europe.
What was he doing in Austin?
Well, he came and flew to Austin for the eclipse. But then they couldn't even see the eclipse.
So you're telling me that Elon Musk and Adrian were in the same city at the same time?
Yeah. No, and then I think they were Adrian was trying to meet Elon or something potentially. So I think that's why they wanted me to come or something. Like maybe I could help them meet Elon or something like that. But
all right, here's I think what would convince Grant maybe. I mean, I hope that this would convince him. The two in the same room physically, and a video taken.
Elon makes robots, Yaman. He might be making a hologram and just stick a face on there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And then Grant in the same room as well. And then touching both at the same time. Like all three holding hands together with one on each side of Grant. I think that would convince Grant. Grant, would that convince you?
Shirtless. Yeah, man.
Yeah, obviously. I said earlier just a clip of Adrian talking and sounding the way that he does, which in my view is almost identical to Elon. I mean, I know. Look, I'm happy to move past it too because I don't expect to convince anyone here. I want to make a couple quick points. One is that none of these things truly like prove anything, like this idea that they talk slightly differently, even though every time anyone hears Adrian, they're like, wow, that sounds exactly like Elon, as everyone here knows. And then I think it's very telling as well that you guys have different takes on the data that does prove, conclusively it's not Elon. Like Meta's like, oh, well, he would never talk for an hour, and Yaman, you're like, oh, well, of course he would. Like, you guys don't even align on the proof is so weak you can't even agree on it. I mean, come on.
People have met him. He's a real person.
Who?
He's not Elon. Okay.
We don't know if he lives in Texas or
I will
Germany.
bet you $1 million. $1 million that he is not Elon Musk. Do you take
Kristen,
that bet?
How are you going to prove it?
Well, we could go meet him.
Okay, why don't you just do the video thing? It seems a lot easier.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he wants to go on video, but I'm sure he'd be open to meeting. Like if me and you and him could, grab coffee or something to prove the $1 million bet. Or, we could do 100,000, we could do 10,000, whatever you're comfortable with.
We'll do $100.
Sure.
all right, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
So I need to. We have a lot of people request to speak, and I'm not surprised because every time Adrian speaks in this space, I get dozens of replies saying, "Oh my gosh, this guy sounds like Elon." I'm like, really?
No,
Wow.
people come
No
and
one
stay
has
in the
ever
space
said
'cause
that
they
before.
think Elon's speaking.
Right, exactly.
They come in and they're like, oh shit, Elon's in here.
So if you're requesting to speak, please hold tight, Xander.
Hi, Grant. I have a video posted that has Adrian sounding like Elon in my Cybertruck. I just heard something about Germany or Austin. Neither of those is correct, and I will not dox him. But if Yaman would like, I will gladly post the video of him driving the Cybertruck, and you can judge for yourself.
So you have met him.
Personally had dinner with him and his beep.
And was there any chance that he was Elon?
Negative Ghost Rider. He sounds like Elon. It's incredible that he sounds like Elon. Of 8 billion people on this planet, there's somebody that has some cadence and ability to make noises that sound like Elon. But the reality is, you can hear Elon and him going back and forth in a space where his mother can't even tell them apart. Although I think that was, just a good show. But it's just,
right.
it's silly.
Okay, Kristen, I am moving people down and up, so don't take it personally. Okay, Kristen.
Yeah, I was gonna say something before Xander came in, so I'm glad he came in. He has met Adrian. I've seen a pic of Adrian. He sent it to me. There's other people that he's not Adrian. He can also do other voices. I think it's silly. Tesla Q has been doing this for years. They love to say that Elon runs a bunch of different accounts. I think Omar could attest to that they were saying that he was Elon for quite a while. I don't know. It seems all fun and games, but I think it's actually pretty harmful for Elon in the long run when they keep on saying that he's wasting his time on like Twitter, and that's kind of the point in my opinion.
Peter.
Hey Sander, when you spent time with with him, did he like Optimus running Elon LLM or something like that, perhaps?
Absolutely. It is amazing how we are in a simulation. And
I mean, Xander's an Optimus.
whoa.
All right,
don't
Yoda.
Can I pay someone right now with Tesla shares to stop talking about Adrian?
No.
Yeah, I like how Tesla unveiled that they're unveiling a new low-cost model before the end of the year. And we opened the space the next day debating whether Adrian is Elon for 40 minutes.
Listen, that's not true. I didn't set the topic, okay? 5 more minutes and then we change the topics just for fun.
Tesla Yoda, I'll take you up on your offer if you want. If you send me a share.
You don't have any power to change topics here.
No, but I will. I will not talk about it.
What's...
If you... All right.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
overall, I just think everyone's being a little too close-minded here and harsh on Grant, because it's possible that Grant's theory includes the possibility that they're the same person because one is a clone or replica of the other, or they're both generated from the same base code or base DNA from the lab, and Adrian's just like a fine-tuned version that's a little more
Okay.
emotive, a little more talkative. So there's certainly that possibility.
Grant.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine taking my lumps here, and I don't need to talk about it for 5 more minutes. It's a curiosity that I'm sure.
Well, then you don't talk, Junior.
Yeah, so maybe you could do two things. You could do a video if he doesn't want to go on video. I'm not sure if he has a partner. Maybe he has a partner that could like approve that this is not Elon. I don't know.
All right, Hirsch.
Yeah, I'm all for moving on, but I feel like this is reversed. Like the burden should be on Grant. He's making this allegation. What evidence do you have, Grant, that you think that this is
Grant.
Elon?
I am so thrilled that you asked me. Okay, obviously they talk exactly alike. I don't know. I've had people tell me, Adrian doesn't stutter, and that's not true. I mean, he does. I think the thing that actually made it most pronounced in my mind is that I have been more active in the spaces and listening a lot. And I'm, I operate in the finance world. I know what would be theoretically a very bad thing to say if you were a CEO posing as an anon account. And I've noticed that he really doesn't dive into anything that could get him in trouble. He doesn't come out with an EPS prediction. He won't say, I think Omar, the other day you asked him like, oh, what do you think Elon should say? And he's like, oh, I don't know, or whatever. Like, he is very deliberate about spending hours shooting the breeze about all things Tesla, but he does not go past the line at which, if it was Elon, he would get in trouble. That's my take.
Xander.
I mean, not everyone has an EPS prediction. He's not a financial analyst. He's just some guy who sounds like Elon. Not everybody who sounds like Elon's going to have an EPS prediction. And I have heard him go over the line, so to speak, saying things that Elon probably shouldn't say. But he doesn't have any MNPI to divulge because he doesn't know any. He's not Elon. So there's not really any line for him to step.
Xander.
Can I post the video at the top of the space for you, Yana?
Yeah.
But Elon has admitted to having pseudo accounts multiple times, and most recently in the most recent court case he had, where he was being asked about his accounts for the one case where he was doxing that one guy in Texas.
Grant.
Yeah, I mean, Omar, what is he? I think Yaman asked you this earlier. What has Adrian said that Elon wouldn't say, or what do you think he said that has included data that he'd get in trouble for saying is Elon?
Forward-looking statements, what he thinks the company's going to do, that type of thing.
The question is, what statements, though? Like you're saying,
discussing Tesla during quiet periods, etc.
I mean, you can talk about a company during quiet periods. You just can't say,
All right.
I think revenue's going to be F.
Okay. I just want to say the comments in YouTube live chat, some of those comments are just not cool. Okay. And if they continue, I will remove people from the channel altogether. All right. Kristen.
No, I was just gonna say, I think it's funny that Tesla Q, they continue to say that Elon's not technically smart enough for a lot of things, but then they say that he's smart enough to put together maybe this AI that can do this or a clone. I think it's hilarious. And I think that it's interesting that people want to always say he's got this time just to sit there and have these other accounts doing things, which he absolutely doesn't have time to be doing that. But Adrian's having a heyday. He's having a heyday pulling you guys along and stringing this, and it's boosting him. So I mean, obviously he's going to continue to do it, and he's going to try to sound like Elon as he's doing it because you guys fall for it.
Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, one, maybe I'm the only one who thinks they sound like distinctly different, but also at the same time, like I've heard Adrian like fanboy over Elon so much. And if that was Elon, that's so weird. I mean, the amount of times he's been like, "Oh, let's get him into space. Come on, can we get him into space? Let's Omar, can you post so we can get Elon into space?" And it's like, I don't think that something's like there's I don't know what kind of personality disorder that would be, but I just don't
Fun.
think it's him.
The fun, this personality. Anyway, Grant.
I appreciate the people that have sent links. I will be reviewing those links and updating my probability forecast on Elon being Adrian and vice versa. I'll keep the group posted on how I'm thinking about that. I want to say one thing to Kristen, which is I don't think it takes a genius. I mean, I think the tweet that I sent this morning was like, a teenager with 3 phones could do this. I mean, I'll look at the videos and see if that's not true, but I just don't think it's
Here he is.
that difficult. And then the only other thing I want to point out is that I know that there's a lot of rhetoric around Elon being incredibly busy all the time, but the reality is if you're the CEO of like 6 companies, there are other people doing the work. Like if he just like hung out and like watched Netflix all day one day, I don't actually think the wheels come off of all those businesses. I mean, if he did it for a month, yeah, but like the reality is he's not actually the person doing every single thing.
Well, he's in the room now, so he's in the room. You guys we can ask him. Adrian, are you Elon?
No. How is it the first thing that I hear when I join the space? Like, I'm going to update my thesis on the probability of whether or not Adrian is Elon. I'm like, what?
Prove it.
Well, prove it. Time-wise, it makes no sense whatsoever. There's a bunch of things where it doesn't line up. I'll give you a few examples. One is I tend to not stutter as much. I don't have the same type of speech impediments, although they be very similar. I tend to use more profanity and have some inaccuracies with assessments of the future.
Elon uses a lot of profanity.
So where were you for the latest?
Just don't do it now. Oh no!
I just
come
realized
on.
I fucked myself after I said that. Man.
No, my God, stop. Or you
No,
do
here,
it.
I have a solution. Grant, what's an example of something that Elon couldn't say that we should make Adrian say?
Ooh.
A prediction for Tesla's financial results for Q2.
Why don't you just have him say a word? Just make up a word.
Yeah, just
say no. Just Adrian.
Yeah.
Just say
No.
Adrian. I got.
Where were you for the solar eclipse?
Yeah.
Adrian. Just say you love Toyota.
I love Toyota.
No, Adrian.
It's not Elon.
Adrian, where were you for the solar eclipse we just had?
No, Adrian, just say I forecast an EPS of 75 cents per share for Tesla's Q2 2024 earnings.
I forecast an EPS.
Yeah, EPS of 75 cents for Q2 24 earnings. This is what he needs to hear to for you to prove it.
He can't say it.
He says that you can't say it.
He just couldn't say it.
We don't want it clipped either, though.
Can you write this down, because I'm laughing too much in my own head for my own good right now. I'm so unfocused because this is just blowing my mind.
Just say I forecast.
I forecast an EPS of 70. What was it? How many cents per share?
7. It doesn't matter, but just say.
Okay, 72 cents per share in
Yeah.
Q2. Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Like,
For which company?
What else? I mean, I don't.
The SEC is going to kick in the windows wherever you are.
Oh yeah.
I'm kidding. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that's cool.
Let me ask a question. What does the E in SEC stand for?
What? Exchange Commission?
Yeah,
That's exchange. It's just exchange.
Definitely not Elon. Definitely not Elon.
Oh yeah, that's not Elon.
I would like to know the forecast.
get him to say triple in
Adrian, where did you watch the lunar eclipse from? The past lunar eclipse we had. Where did you watch it from? Because Omar says he knows where you were, but we're curious if you know where you were.
What? You know where you were?
Simple
Q. What kind of question? That's a funny question, actually. That's a hilarious one. It's like gaslighting in verse. Yeah, I know where I was. I was in Austin.
Okay.
Actually, I was with Xandar. This is actually I rode in his Cybertruck.
Can you guys meet and do the Spider-Man meme?
What?
All right, we're moving on in a couple minutes. Freddy, Xander, Yoda, then we're moving on. Freddy, Xander, Yoda, that's it.
I want to get him to say Tesla will triple in 2022.
Your old spaces title. Yay.
Let's stop making Adrian feel like a monkey.
Ironically
Xander.
enough, one of the theories on Reddit is actually me being some sort of weird Neuralink experiment. They were literally saying this guy used to be Adrian Dittman until he received the Neuralink chip.
Isn't it funny that the Tesla queue is going to the direction of it must be so advanced, and yet they're only using it for an X meme as opposed to releasing it for, like, I don't know, profit?
Also, apparently the
Xander.
technology is not advanced. Never mind.
Xander, then Yoda.
Adrian, is that you in the video pinned to the top of the space? And do you wear glasses versus Elon?
Yep.
Yoda.
Elon, how many kids do you
That
have?
is me. I have 0
All right.
for now.
All right, we can move on now. Thank you very much for coming in and clarifying that you are not Elon Musk.
It's a
AJ,
Oh,
what
wait,
you
leading
that video is an
conspiracy
IRL parody. We were just monkeying around, doing donuts in the parking lot.
All right, so what do we talk about now? How are we going to top that conversation?
affordable cars, like multiple cars on the same line.
Grant.
I was going to say I'm at 50-50, but we can move on. I linked my list of takeaways, which are bear takeaways, but I can go through some of those if that's interesting.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Shoot, I just lost it because I actually spent 10 minutes doing this. Okay, so like I think, the Model 2 thing, who knows? It, makes sense that they decided they were going to accelerate that rather than delaying it. It's unfortunate that Unboxed isn't happening. I think that's, I don't know, a lack of execution or poorly planned. I think that it's a pivot towards, what they need to do, which is get a new product in market so that the revenue declines don't become too pronounced. I don't think anything that I heard changes Q2. I mean, Q2 is going to be really difficult in my mind. The usage stats on V12 were extremely light. That was disappointing. And then the thing I said, I think yesterday, is that there's just zero regulatory strategy, like literally none. It's not clear they're talking to anyone. The thesis is it's going to be so good that people are going to have to say yes, which is insane.
Good. Anyone who wants to respond to that? No one wants to talk. You guys want to go back to Adrian being Elon or not being Elon?
No,
I would talk once Adrian say that word.
Adrian, can you say innovative? There you go, Yoda.
Innovative?
Thanks. Yeah, you're not Elon.
All right, Meta, what'd you think of the next gen vehicles, affordable models? Comments. There's some, Ross Berber went on an interview and cast some doubt about what Elon said, what Tesla said.
I think it's really easy to cast doubt. There's no way to prove either side, and you can just sit there, make a bunch of statements, and then when it happens, time has moved on and there's no consequences to what you're saying. But so far, every time they've said they've made a production line, they've made a production line. And they say they have multiple models on the same line. It doesn't sound like it's productionized, but it does sound like it's been prototyped to me. That's the way these things go.
Brandon.
Kind of joined at the last tail end of what I think it was Grant was saying. But if the theory is that something can't be so good that you have to use it or that people have to use it, that's not true. I mean, for instance, SpaceX, the Falcon 9 really is so good that nobody really wants to use anything else. There's just no reason to. It's so much cheaper and so much more reliable than any other rocket right now. So it's true for that. So it can be true for other things, whether or not it's full self-driving or a car.
Grant.
And then when it's no longer true that it's the best thing, something else will come along, like Optimus, and that'll be the best thing, or whatever else Tesla might have in the future, software-wise.
Grant.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a complicated metaphor in my mind. Let me say this: if they don't have something to point to by August, where they can say, "We have developed this car," in parallel with conversations with NHTSA or the California DMV, and we know that it will fulfill all of the requirements to achieve robotaxi status, then they'll have just built a fancy science project that has no actual proven commercialization potential. Like, that's a huge mistake. You can't do that, Like, I think it's a mistake anyway. You guys can agree to disagree, but like, regulators do care about details. There is no guarantee that you can build a car with just cameras that everyone's going to love. I just don't think it's a smart approach to not be talking to regulators today if you're designing a robo-taxi today.
Yoda.
Grant, do you really think they're not talking to regulators? Let's just say there's a stand-up meeting where Elon is grilling, or sorry, Adrian is grilling the team. Don't you think the questions you're asking or we're asking are being asked?
Omar.
Yeah, I mean, it's really some hilarious spin. They're de-risking the production plan. They're moving the affordable vehicles forward. There's no downside, really. The unbox process is still being worked on. They're going to use the robo-taxi to start that up. And I believe they'll eventually produce a low-cost vehicle on that platform too. But he's out there saying they're insane. You know what I think is insane? Thinking Adrian Dittman's Elon Musk. That's just me. They're working with regulators constantly. I mean, this is actually one of their strengths, right? People forget that there are a million people using FSD. Obviously, they work with regulators regularly on issues related to autopilot and FSD, how to make it safer, how to make it perform better. You look at how Cruise handled their interaction with regulators, where they lied and omitted details and then got their permit pulled. And you contrast that to where Tesla's doing, where they're legal, they're for sale, and they have conversations with regulators. Regulators gave them feedback. They do software updates based on that feedback. Tesla's very good at working with the regulators around the world. They operate globally, which is something other self-driving companies don't do. And they have a product that's approved and legal to sell within the regulatory framework that exists today. The fact is, there just isn't a lot of self-driving regulation. What those standards are, those performance standards, it's very laissez-faire right now. Companies can pretty much do what they want, at least here in North America. And Waymo and others have no problem operating their services. So the proof is really in the pudding. It's driving people around. It's doing drives without intervention for 1 million people across the country. And it works. Nobody else has anything like it. Their option is either license it or literally go bankrupt, because nobody's going to want a car where you have to drive it manually.
Lenny.
While they're figuring out FSD and getting that ramping week by week, Elon did mention that the energy business would take off and it would scale past the car business. Does anybody have any input on the energy side of that business?
Grant.
I'm going to go back to the regulatory topic. I just want to call out explicitly some things that were not said during the answer. The answer, if I paraphrase it, was, well, some states, have laws, other autonomous car companies operate, and I think the phrase was trailblazing the regulatory jungle or something like that. And once we have enough data, they're just going to approve it. And I mean, there's nothing that said we are developing a robotaxi and speaking with NHTSA, talking with state regulators. Like there was, I mean, to the point Tesla Yoda made, do I think that they're just doing all this without speaking to anyone about it? Based on that response, yeah, because if they were speaking to someone, that would have been the right time to say we are speaking to people, but they did not do that. Yeah, it's just crazy to me. I mean, it was a straight up the middle question that I think was actually on the submitted list that they had an absurdly poor answer to.
Just a quick note of appreciation to Habib for tipping through X and bought coffee for everybody except for Grant, he said. Omar.
Yeah, I think the point they were really trying to make is, back when this project started in 2016, self-driving was a big question mark. Like, what does the regulatory framework around that even look like? Today in 2024, it's not. There's a very well-defined process for getting robotaxis on the road, and there are, in fact, robotaxis on the road. And a lot of these issues, these things we have to work through, these regulations that have to be finalized, permit processes, etc., it's all out there. It's fairly well understood now. California, for example, has a process through their state DMV and their state Public Utilities Commission for offering ride-hail services. They have a different permit for, with a human driver, then offering rides for free, then offering rides and charging for them. And I believe, Arizona also is a great state for self-driving, and Florida, they've got some self-driving laws. So there's a fairly well-defined path to go through, file a permit. They work with NHTSA on their FSD software, of course, and different issues related to that. But the main regulators they'd have to go to start offering a driverless service would be the state regulators, which is, California, Texas, Arizona. And I think Texas and Arizona could be great candidates, where they have a more laissez-faire attitude. Texas is obviously Tesla's home state. And, you really just need to get the state to agree to let you take the cars out. There's a fairly well-defined process for doing just that. If they can actually get the software to perform better than any other self-driving system, then of course they'll be allowed to have a permit and run a ride-hailing service, just like the other companies that do that.
Meta.
Grant, did you see the section where Ashok talked about the 4 factors that allow you to scale models and that they have larger models that they can already measure the performance of today? Also, did you see how he referred to the dashboard, how they can sort by critical disengagements already today? And that I believe in other questions, when they answered that question, they spoke about I know they didn't say explicitly they're working with regulators, but they said they're extremely confident that the regulatory environment had already been paved by others. And if you look at the regulatory stuff, you can see that all it requires is for you to tell the regulators how you're doing it. They kind of just said how they're doing it, right? So I'd be surprised if the regulators haven't spoken to them. You can look up. There was a response from somebody named CJ Moore to the California DMV when the California DMV asked, or Tesla, are you planning to go to level 2? And his response was something along the lines of, we're not planning to go past level 2 this year. It was many years ago.
I just sent an article speaking also on exactly what we just discussed, Meta. The scaling laws, and I tagged the chinchilla paper. I don't know if they're going to approve it. And the editorial process is a little cumbersome, and they kind of want you to be more skeptical with earnings reviews. So kind of just criticize a little bit. This is general, not just for Tesla. So to the extent that you all if anybody in here has an account, you can't read it. But if you don't have an account, don't get an account just to read the article, because it's really just a distillation of very superficial level distillation of the things that we discussed in here. This is really where it's at. Okay, like this is where you're going to get the most deep analysis and more accurate analysis. Over there, it's more distilled and editorial stuff and all that stuff. Okay, Grant.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing that it's, laissez-faire, but also super well defined, straight up the middle, not. I just would have liked steps 1 to 5 from Tesla's perspective on exactly how this is going to get approved for an owner of a robotaxi or Model Y in Illinois? Because I just don't know. I mean, I don't think anyone knows, to be honest. I don't think that they're having those conversations to figure it out. I'll flip the question and ask people this: what do you think they need to have in August from a regulatory path forward to be happy with it? In my mind, it needs to be like, we're talking this model, if we get to this data point, will work as a robotaxi in at least this jurisdiction. Like, there need to be some expectations there.
Xander?
Maybe go back to Meta and then come back to me.
Meta.
I'm going to give this last answer and then I have to leave. The regulatory rules that we read through only require, and I think that's all they will do, for them to say, here's our plan for how we're going to inform law enforcement. Here's how we're going to do either remote or with a person behind the car monitoring. And this is our testing application process. And this is all they have to do. So when you say they're not in conversations, that's not how the law works. You don't actually have to have a conversation with the bodies. You just have to understand the law. So I think they're going to apply for their permit.
Thank you, Meta. See you next time. Brandon.
Yeah. Omar, are there like specific laws between like interstate travel with autonomous driving, or is there really almost nothing except for just state regulatory?
Because of the way that current robotaxi systems are geofenced, there aren't any examples of robotaxis traveling between state lines. But it would be theoretically possible as long as they're licensed in both of the states they're traveling to. What we really need is a federal framework for autonomous driving. But, it's not really the issue, right? They're approved to be on roads. They've got 1 million cars on the roads. The only thing they really have to focus on is just making the software extremely good to the point where it never makes a mistake. You do that, everything else follows. You can apply for a permit very easily. You can retain that permit very easily. You can even propose how that federal framework should look like, and people will change the law.
Xander.
Yeah, man, I know this is long-term space and no one looks at the stock price. What do you think of this 12% close of the day holding?
Yeah, I don't really have any thoughts on short-term price movements, but obviously the stock was extremely, the sentiment had gotten extremely negative. So, yeah, interesting move today. Omar?
Yeah, I think, Texas is a key ally here, and sort of Musk aligning himself more politically with the right, I think sort of ingratiates him to Texas. And depending on how the election goes this year, if Republicans take the House or the Senate, I think there's a good chance that they could use their influence to get a federal framework for autonomous driving passed that suits their needs of the business.
Thank you, Junior.
Yeah, thanks. Quick question. When they were talking about new vehicles included more affordable models, are these new vehicles plus cheaper affordable models? Is that two different things or is that the same?
Omar, do you want to address that real quick?
They're introducing new models that are more affordable in early 2025 or possibly late 2024. But safe to say, first half of 2025.
Michael.
Yeah, going back to the regulatory approvals topic, just imagine hearing the earnings call or reading the transcript or whatever you guys did, and hearing Ashok talk about their training architecture and like a lot of detail about how they're doing it, as well as like talking about scaling laws and all this fascinating stuff. And then you go and say, but didn't they say they didn't say that they're talking to the regulators? Like what? Come on. They literally said, and I quote, "We expect that these states and the work ongoing, as well as the data that we're providing, will pave a way for broad-based regulatory approval in the US." And then Elon followed that up a little bit later saying that we have seen other companies getting regulatory approvals relatively quickly. He even cited an example in the city of Vail. So, like, come on.
Kristen.
Do you want to know? Sounds spot on. I listened to the earnings call as well. I have to go, but I want to say Tesla Yoda sounds like Hey Dave.
Tesla Yoda, are you Hey Dave?
No comment.
Mm-hmm.
Prove
Can
it.
you say innovative?
Innovative.
Grant.
Yeah, I hear these points. I want to point out that a couple minutes ago, Omar was saying, "Oh, this is all super well documented." Then, when asked about cross state lines, he's like, "Oh, well, there's no laws, but hopefully we'll get approval and it'll be easy. Don't worry about it." My whole point is that's not true. I also listened to the earnings call. I was looking at the transcript earlier, them saying like, "Oh yeah, we think that the data will be great, and then we'll have a broad-based regulatory framework that is super favorable to us and effortless." Is like, that's hope. Hope is not a strategy. That's just not a strategic way of approaching what could be an entire product category killing thing. Like, there's no we talk about how there are robo taxis on the road. There are none without LiDAR. I know you guys hate that. That's triggering for you. But if I was Cruise or Waymo, I would be lobbying legislators to make sure that any full self-driving system, L4, L5, has multiple suites of sensors that enable safety, quote unquote. Like, obviously I would do that because I don't want millions of Teslas on the road immediately eating my lunch. I just think it's crazy that you guys don't know the answers but act like it's going to be easy.
Hunter.
For me, I think I've seen a similar situation with SpaceX, and I would imagine Elon's mentality is in a similar place, but that they focus on what they can, and when it's good enough, it will pressure legislation to approve it, because then everybody can just see that they're waiting on it. I posted a Fast Company article just about the FAA space chief now pressuring legislation to give him more funding to be able to approve these missions faster because they're being held up. So I think they focus on what they can, and then let that pressure the people who are holding everything up, and everybody is able to see that.
Brandon, Yoda, Omar.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of regulatory agencies, Elon Musk probably has more experience with the government and regulatory agencies than any other person in the country. Between SpaceX, between X with the financial like transfers, between Tesla insurance and the TSA, it's crazy. I mean, what this guy has to go through with all of his companies combined. And the other thing is, I've been doing a lot of research on this, and I've been thinking about it for a while. Does anyone else think that Grant sounds like Dan O'Dowd?
You're
There is no way.
you're on your yeah. No one. Yoda.
Yeah, it's Dave here. Yeah, for Grant, I think you could look at a few places, and this is a problem with inference, which happens quite often. So maybe the folks on the panel here cannot give you all the details because we don't have access to all the details. But if you looked at LinkedIn and look at Tesla roles around regulatory, you will see definitely some people. The other thing is there are 640 satellites that SpaceX put up just in 2024. That's above our heads, and that's obviously got to go through something. For Tesla to invest billions of dollars in AI infrastructure and then to be at the 11th hour say, "Whoops, we forgot to that there's this roadblock around regulatory approval," would be not logical.
Omar, then Adrian.
So first off, there's no hope here. They're fully committed in spending billions of dollars to make this happen. 99% of the problem is making it work on a technical perspective. You said we think this is easy. Nobody thinks it's easy. This is the hardest computer science problem ever attempted. And let's be clear, 99% of the issue is technical. That is the magnitude of this. Okay. From a regulatory perspective, people have said regulators, regulators. There's no examples of regulators ever slowing things down. They've often let these services run, too much. They haven't been strict enough. So finding one regulatory regime, I think, not a problem. Now, most of the robo-taxi market is an urban market. You're traveling short trips within a city. You don't typically see, interstate robo-taxi travel. I'm not sure what that would even look like. It would probably look more like a car rental than a ride. I think there'd probably be a limit on what distance you could travel. But as long as you can drive in both states, it should be fine. And, if you're licensed, for example, in California and Arizona, it should be fine. But I think other states where they don't have any sort of regulations are sort of by default, if you're licensed in another state, you can continue. Then you made a final point about LiDAR, which is kind of a FUD point that bears have loved to make for years, where they say, well, what if the government requires LiDAR and they just ruin everything? Well, then you could just put some LiDAR if it was required by law. But the government has said in their documents that they send out, because they prepared this policy guidance so people in the industry know how they're thinking. And they say, look, we're not engineers. We're not going to design the solution. Can you imagine if the government was designing all our solutions? There'd be a law that every computer needs to have at least 2 floppy disk drives, and every iPod would need to have, a CD player attachment or something like that. So the government has said, look, we're not the experts on solving autonomy. You guys solve autonomy. We'll mandate the performance standards you need. We'll tell you how good the software needs to be. You guys do the engineering. And these guys are competent enough to understand the trade off between the performance of sensors versus the cost and scalability of a solution that can get out to millions of existing cars. So they're not just going to mandate LiDAR all of a sudden after all these years without any evidence to do so.
Adrian.
I'll pass over to Grant.
Grant.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that the engineering problem is a very difficult one to solve. I believe there's a chance that they're not able to solve it, which no one seems willing to admit on this space. But this was originally committed, like, I don't know, a decade ago. It was a year away, and now it's still kind of a year away, which is worth contemplating. I just think that the regulators, I agree with the point that regulators are not going to spec out the very precise requirements of a system because they have no idea. I agree that would be really bad. I don't think they have any business or the expertise required to do that. But, again, I just go back to there's not been a robo-taxi operating anywhere without LiDAR. And maybe there won't be for a decade. Like, that's a possibility that people need to allow for. We just don't know.
I would agree more with Grant if he's basing this point off of where FSD is just today and not that it's continuing to get better. So we have examples of other robo taxis like Homar's takes rides in all the time, and they were probably difficult because they were still not perfect and they don't function that great all the time. But he's not, and that's why I think Elon is not focused on this. He's not trying to get it proved today. But he can see the progress that the technology is taking, and he said he can see about 3 to 6 months out, and is very optimistic. So I think it's kind of different to look at it that way from my point of view.
No hands mode. Omar.
So I gotta go. I'm gonna go see Jensen Wong speak at Moscone. Patrick Carlson from Stripe is interviewing him, which is gonna be fun. But I'll just leave off by saying, kind of the argument, oh, what if they can never do it? Robotaxis still aren't here. I mean, this technology is here in a big way. It's now been almost 4 years since I've been using the software Waymo started driving in 2018. Yes, it was small scale. When Tesla first released it, Waymo was small scale. They've since opened up more. Now they're accepting rides in Phoenix. But there's 1 million people using this technology. That's crazy. And people are experiencing it, doing zero intervention drives with them. I just had a random Uber and she had FSD installed and she told me she likes using it. When you're running into random people who have the software on their cars and are using it and enjoying it, I think it's really kind of closing your eyes to just say, well, it's not driverless, and ignore all the progress that's being made. Ask anybody who is using the software, and it's clear that this thing is on a fast track to become driverless. It's already performing so well that it's really difficult to imagine what that roadblock could be. People have predicted progress would stall many, many times, and it's only accelerated.
Thanks, Omar. Grant.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be too salty here, but like that exact talk track is presumably what people would have said in like 2020 as well. It's just like, it's here, like, look, we're doing it and we'll have it in a year. I mean, at a point, you do need to update your priors and think in terms of probabilities here. I feel like all of the people who have all of this crazy conviction that, you know, the miles per disengagement are just going to be a hockey stick from here and we're going to have a robo taxi in a year. It's just like, it feels like zealotry around it. I think there are a lot of engineers in the room and it's just a crazy take.
Yeah.
Thanks. Hey, Grant, I don't think anybody knows when this will be solved 100%, right? People were saying that flying was impossible, but this is not faster than light travel. It will be solved eventually. We just don't know when.
I agree.
Grant, oh, okay. So you do agree. Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think they will announce on August 8th?
What do I think they're going to unveil on August 8th?
Mm-hmm.
I think they're working to figure that out right now. Like, I don't think they know.
Yeah, maybe. Adrian, you want to do a space with Daniel Dodd and Elon?
I don't think Elon would be able to come on, given that he is exceedingly busy, but yeah, I mean, it's open. I told him we would want to discuss his claims, and he commented saying, yeah, let's do this. But he also asked, hey, is Elon going to attend or not? I don't think Elon has time for someone like that, no doubt, to be honest.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so when works for you? I'm open anytime.
I mean, dude, honestly, tomorrow would be really nice. Tomorrow or the day after, I think. We'll see. Hang on, what's the date today? Yeah, I think roughly about the same time. That would be pretty damn cool. We'll see. Or we do it on a Saturday, I think, because usually on a Saturday everyone has time. So yeah, what do you think is optimal?
Yeah, I mean, I usually just encourage people to hop in whenever we're on, and obviously, if that happened, we would switch the topic.
Yeah.
Saturday. Let's see, Saturday. People usually, like Sunday evening could be best for people to listen. But you know, either way, it's recorded, so people can listen to it later on too. So I guess I'll ask him when it works for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Peter, is there anything from the future results that you believe need more attention?
I don't think so. I haven't really had time to go through the results in detail. I've been too busy with work lately. But on the robo taxi launch, I think that it was an interesting discussion on how that will be rolled out, and it looks like right now it will be a hybrid approach where there will be some pure Tesla robo taxis, and they would also leverage customer-owned vehicles for the network. So that seems to be an interesting solution different than any other approach, because Waymo is kind of pure robotaxi, and then Uber is obviously the other side of the equation, right?
What do you think about? So some people are talking about Uber and Lyft prices, stock prices declining today. Uber down 2.5% after hours. That's interesting.
I think
Yeah,
all these, all these stock price fluctuations are just kind of in the short term, right? Obviously,
yeah.
we don't know what's going to happen. Uber may have great results for whatever Q1, and the stock will go up again. So I just tend to ignore those types of movements. I think in the long term, once 8.8 comes along and we have more details, then I would really watch the Ubers and Lyft stocks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. I see Bradford in the audience. If he can't come up, we can maybe dig into Q1 results with him. Grant, are you short the stock right now?
I have some puts.
What percent of your portfolio would you say?
Not a lot. I mean, maybe 1%. I took profit from the general rundown and then put a portion of that back in to puts a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. So you still think it's going to decline from here on? Okay.
I mean, won't prattle on, but my read on the situation is that they have kicked the can down the road and they have to get through Q2 results as well. And then they have to actually land the plane on whatever happens on 8.8. So most of my duration is actually after the robotaxi unveil. I'll decide if I want to sell before or wait until after.
Okay. If about Tesla and Wes could come up, maybe we can dig into Elon's comments around 12.4, 12.5 being significant updates, and elaborate on that a little bit more. I'm really happy about Ashok's Ashok playing a much bigger role in this earnings call. I think it's indicative of the company's direction going forward. Michael.
Did you guys notice that Lars was often jumping in to answer the questions before Elon or anyone else?
No, what was an example of that?
Well, even the regulatory question, for example, that we were talking about earlier, he was like the first to answer. And like, what does he have to do with the FSD regulatory approval? And like, there was a number of questions actually, I think that he answered first, and I think it's interesting. It might be worth watching how much of a role he plays in the earnings calls in the future, and what he's saying, and who whether there's a bigger position for him.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's taking on the 4680, or overseeing 4680 at the minimum, right? He gave the usual 4680 update, and looks like Ashok is going to play a larger role going forward, and it's all positive. But what do you mean by a larger? I mean, he's already a VP, right?
I mean, yes, but there's always like this FUD about like, oh, there's no succession plan for Elon in the future, and I think he might have like a future COO role or something.
Elon. I mean, like these titles actually matter less anyway. But he's not going anywhere. Like Elon's not going anywhere. Do you disagree?
No, I don't disagree. I just think like when there's a little bit of uncertainty, people are like, well, who's going to be CEO? It's like we've got a lot of very talented people. JB, Lars, I noticed is very good. Deep bench and all.
Peter, you want to ask about macro stuff the other day, right?
No, I was just wondering when you were gonna have another macro space. That's all. I'm just gonna for the weekly update.
Okay. Ashay asks, who else thinks Grant is actually secretly bullish, but really good at hiding it, but not that good? Interesting. New York Times says safety should be denoted from statistics and not sensors. If you provide a level of safety that satisfies regulation, then that should be it. Just adding sensors because it makes it feel safe doesn't make sense. Yeah. Any questions, comments? Please request to speak. Peter, how do you think the stock will trend throughout this year?
Tesla. I think Q2 is we're probably gonna take another level down before Q2 at this point, and then hopefully we'll recover towards the end of the year. Just the usual Tesla trend.
Well, Elon said Q2 should be much better than Q1. What do you think about those comments?
I think I'll be really watching for Troy's updates to see, how the deliveries and production are trending, and then we'll see, but hopefully Elon has the early visibility into it, and he's right.
Well, not only that, but the CFO said free cash flow will be positive in Q2. Did you note that too? Mike?
Yeah, I was just going to comment that the CFO also said that the inventory drawdown the inventory build is going to reverse in the next quarter, which implies that they're going to deliver more cars than they will build.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit of seasonality. And the Cybertrucks they built and they didn't deliver as of March 31 obviously played into the too. And I'm sure they're seeing a seasonal increase in demand for a little bit for Model Y as well. Ashay?
Oh yeah, the inventory point is about actually it's in the financial in the report, which says the inventory. So I didn't understand the language, so I'm paraphrasing, but it basically means that a lot of inventory was stuck on ships, which will be converted to or which basically just got all into OPEX instead of being called inventory. And then next quarter it will be or it's already probably been adjusted, and that's going to show up basically as a little bit higher inventory, but also it's kind of been sold, right? So technically that will just dry out.
Michael disagrees with me. Why is that, Michael?
Inventory doesn't go into OPEX.
No, the OPEX was still on it. It's not been converted to inventory because it wasn't delivered or hasn't reached the destination. There's wording in the annual report, the quarterly report. I can post
Ashay,
it
what
in a
else?
second.
What else? Yeah, that's fine. What else did you note from the quarterly report? The 10Q.
Oh, I mainly spent my time on the slide deck, and as someone else, I think was it Sawyer, who noted that the single best piece of communication that has happened in the past maybe a year was that slide, which showed all the different product lines and how they kind of interplay, and then Optimus is on top of that. So that little graphic that just kind of ends all discussion about quarterly volumes and all this gross margin discussions and all of that. So that to me was one of the best parts to see in all of it, and of course what Elon said, obviously, but just looking at
Yeah. So, all right. If you see anything in the 10Q, and if anyone in the audience has seen anything in the 10Q, the Form 10Q that was filed this morning, you're welcome to request to speak, ask questions, any sort of language, accounting questions, you're welcome to request to speak. Michael?
I found it interesting that they only recognized 281 million. That was in the 10Q. They only recognized 281 million of the deferred revenue, and if I recall correctly, they were hoping to recognize like a close to a billion in this year. So it's interesting that it was only 281 million, despite shipping a huge update V12, the auto park feature. I really wonder what features are outstanding, like actual smart summon, or
It's more I think it's more the geography. Ashay?
Oh no, I was just gonna say that it was that's the other thing that I noted. Thank you. The auto park was the only thing that they recognized revenue for, which also I found was interesting. I was thinking maybe they would do more on just the navigate on city streets, but it was only auto park, and actually on 12.3.4 auto park doesn't really work. So I don't know what that was, but yeah, it seems conservative compared to how much FSD has actually jumped.
Michael, that deferred revenue recognition includes other things, right? It's not just FSD revenue.
Yeah, but I think the vast majority of it is FSD.
Do you have any proof for that?
I guess I would have to go back. I had a reason for this belief. I'd have to dig.
Hunter.
That's what I was going to ask. How do we know that it was just from FSD? There's been a couple of people, Meet Kevin was one of them, that was suspicious of their profit margins of the 16.7%, being surprised like in a good way. And they were suspecting that maybe they prettied that up a little bit with additional deferred revenue from FSD. And just looking through the 10Q, I couldn't tell. I mean, their deferred revenue wasn't vastly different from, I mean, it was actually, no, it was up a little bit, but not much compared to last quarter. So
yeah, Michael, the deferred revenue recognition that you mentioned, $1 billion they plan to recognize, is for the next 12 months, right?
Yes.
And the 281 is just for the first quarter.
Yes.
Okay, so it's in line then, right?
I guess I just expected it to be more lumpy.
Gotcha. Jared.
I was wondering if anybody's actually taking up that lease on the Model 3. If you have to be an employee, or can you be like a friend of an employee?
With the lease deal? I mean, I think anybody can do that, right?
Was it like $199 or $299 a month? It just seems like ridiculously low. Like, has anybody actually done that? Because, geez, it seems like I should get 2 or 3 of them.
Get 2 and 3 of them. Good luck to you. Adrian, welcome back. Did you have anything to say, or just kind of hanging out?
Just hanging out for now.
Okay, great. Yeah, Hunter, I agree with you. I think there's a lot of things being said about FSD deferred revenue recognition. Not only it's not material, in my opinion. I think people have jumped into conclusions too. But that's okay. It's not the end of the world. Michael, I think whatever is left in there, I think is due more to geographical. Like, Europe doesn't have FSD, China doesn't have FSD. I'm sure there's some people in there that have paid for it already in the last 8 years. So there might be some residual stuff, but I don't think the amounts are material. James?
Yeah, be kind. I've been on meetings all day and haven't really been online on X, but have there been any updates about the rollout of FSD 12.3.5? I was just looking on Teslafy and it seemed like it's been a pretty slow rollout compared to the rollout of 0.4. Just wondered if we'd heard anything or talked about that today yet.
We haven't talked about that, but about Tesla, is the account to follow. He's not in this space right now. But let me see if he has an update.
I will say that
We don't have an update in the last 24 hours. Michael?
Yeah, I have the app. I have an app that shows you what percent of the fleet has which version, and of what the app says is 12.3.5 is 0.4% of the fleet. So pretty small potatoes for now.
Yeah, and historically I've ended up getting the update maybe 1 or 2 days after Omar and others. So I was just wondering. It seems anecdotally like it's just been a little slower this time.
Chloe.
This question's for Adrian because I love. It sounds like I'm always talking to Elon, and so aloha to everybody. This is Taylor. Did you see the quote from Sandy Monroe? Of course, I'm a bull. This is the most exciting vehicle I've seen in my life. And I'm old, very old, like your grandfather, old, 75, concerning the Cybertruck. That was his quote.
Were you asking me if I'd seen the quote and what I think about it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd have to agree. It's an absolutely amazing thing. Not only from the mechanical perspective, if you take it apart, which actually makes it even more fascinating, but especially from a performance basis. Like, I'd highly recommend anyone to try out, say, the Cybertruck. If you know someone, or you could know someone that could help you with that experience, trust me, it's a really interesting experience. I think many people have a bear case on this type of truck because it looks odd. But then again, nobody had a problem with these types of cars when they appeared in movies. Let's say, for instance, you take this movie from 2018 that's called Upgrade, which
that's because they worked. Previously. They weren't breaking down.
Oh, come on, man. They didn't break down. What's breaking down? Actually, I'll get to you in a sec.
The owner's picking them up.
I'll get to you in a sec. Okay. They also looked a little weird. They drove themselves. It's only because Elon is behind this that people are, having negative sentiments about, say, the car itself. If, say, a ICE vehicle manufacturer were to have built this type of vehicle, I'm pretty sure none of this type of opposition would exist, to be honest with you, right? Because whenever they create a type of vehicle, who's standing against them, really, in terms of sentiment? Not many people, right? They're actually supported quite heavily. But as soon as Elon is involved in something, immediately there is a push for negative sentiment because he's doing things that are against a type of plan or against a sort of controllable mold. He's essentially what is a loose cannon in terms of innovation, where it just happens to point in a different direction over here, and then stuff tends to improve in this general direction at a very rapid rate, and it causes a lot of disruption. Not because he wants to, but because it's something that needs to just simply happen. This is a thing that happens every now and then. It is an amazing product that comes around. It's very rare. He said it himself, and it's true. Have you seen a truck like this? No, it hasn't existed before. There's nothing like this ever. It's absolutely amazing. So, and I mean, for someone like Sandy, this must be really incredible seeing the evolution of, say, the automobile to this extent. It must be really cool for him to see this. I can only imagine what he would feel like, looking at all of this, seeing what everything looks like now in comparison to where we kind of came from, this crude combustion vehicle, which is being propelled forward by small miniature explosions. Well, I have to say, quite impressive in its own right, in exceedingly inefficient form of transport. Energy inefficient form of transport, of course.
Thank you, Adrian. This is Taylor from Kauai. Thanks, man. Great answer.
Adrian, why do you think the pushback against Elon increased in recent years? It doesn't appear to have been there, say, 5-10 years ago.
Well, I mean, he at first, I don't think many people actually took him seriously. he was on a trajectory where he would have become an exceedingly unremarkable millionaire and not a billionaire. At first, when he sold, the companies that he'd created to actually make profit to create what is now, Tesla and everything else that he owns, he was actually quite content with his life, it would seem. He bought a McLaren and such. We've all seen these clips from before. And I think his quote where he said, life used to be fun, then I thought about Mars. So I think at some point he just woke up to a strange goal, going to Mars. And then he took on a trajectory which started to disrupt various industries. I mean, if he gets so big that you essentially have your own, you own your own internet. You have your own telecom company, essentially. You have your own car company. You have the biggest rocket on Earth. Now, you can imagine that that's going to mess with a lot of people who've established a specific, order in the world. And we all know this. Imagine that there's a specific group of people who've organized around a certain idea of how the world should be structured. This happens. I'm not saying this is a negative thing or a positive thing. I'm just saying that this is how humans function. Even on the X platform, you can see the same thing in terms of, say, certain people who would only choose to engage with one another for the purposes of keeping each other strong in the network. This kind of thing exists also to a larger, more effective extent, in the real world. So he essentially disrupted this. He's an unplanned event of entertaining irony that just seems to exist everywhere. And you can't really control him. He's the type of person who would do a thing that I don't think any other billionaire would ever do. Like, who goes on a stage somewhere and tells his customers, essentially, on the platform who is sabotaging his product to go fuck themselves? Some people tend to use, very obscure, indirect language to get that same point across. But he just blatantly says that. And he just blatantly says the fact that these products that he has is the best. And there's only this type of drive that allows you to create these types of products. So they can't actually do anything about them. So they try to attack as much as possible using sentiment, given that we live in a democracy. And if you can control the democracy, you live in a dictatorship, but you can't necessarily control the democracy if the people within it are intelligent enough to understand the difference between a lie and a fact. And I think it starts really, the illusion really comes undone once you see the reality of these products actually being as good, if not better, than what is being currently put out there and enforced via sentiment. I mean, we were in a space yesterday, Yaman, you were playing this game of looking at all the cool features that a Tesla car has in terms of safety, and the game didn't stop. This is when you start to realize that the product is remarkably good. Now you have to ask yourself, what company could possibly compete with this? You have something like GM, which is funded by the government most of the time, and if they cannot compete and they're essentially on a death spiral, how do you think the government's going to feel? They're probably not going to feel very good about this. And I understand this, of course. This is an existential dread type of scenario where your bets are going to be lost, and you can see it coming. You can see that you can see that the money is going to be lost, right? You can see that the investment was bad, and now you have to cope with it somehow. And I guess part of that is testing the waters of what you can do to, say, potentially damage the reputation of Tesla as a company, or perhaps sabotage it somehow via, say, interfering with Elon getting his comp package, something like that. And I think we could call this an interference to a certain extent, but that is mildly speculation, I think, and maybe the verbiage is incorrect. But yeah, I think the resistance exists because he's very unpredictable. He does things that are completely off the chain in terms of anything that anyone could plan, which is a good thing. And he's just hilarious. He fights established systems with memes.
Yoda.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And the reason why he's hated is because he is a disruptor at heart.
So that's obviously not going to change going forward, Adrian. Do you expect that force against Elon to grow, or at some point dissipate?
I think it would grow at first. Maybe there will be some capitulation. After all, you have to consider, even though, say, elements of the government are not necessarily approving of him, and you could potentially infer this from the actions taken against, say, Tesla and various other companies that he has, he still is a government contractor. He puts things in space. This is pretty good. I think eventually his products will become so big and so inescapable that there will be a sort of capitulation, and he'd become a little bit close. Like the government would need him a little bit more because, it's just amazing, and it would be strategically unsound to not exploit this, amazing thing that's been built up within your own country, this amazing source of revenue. So I guess then you'd have some capitulation, but that force would dissipate. I don't think that will occur, unfortunately. It'll get, you'll have successes in other places to account for the loss, I think, but I don't see the force ever dissipating. Actually will grow first, and then maybe it becomes less effective, I think. It just becomes ineffectual at some point, but it's still going to be there. Much like Tesla Q. These guys just fucked off the threads. But they're still kind of there somehow, pulling some strings, right? I'd see it like that.
How are you?
Hey, so you've driven, Adrian, the Cybertruck?
Yes.
You own one?
No, I was driving a friend's Cybertruck, the Xander.
Oh, that's too cool. Thanks for all your comments, my friend. You rock. You come to Hawaii, I'll take care of you. And Yaman. I mean,
thank you.
I don't want to.
All right. Yoda, have you driven the Cybertruck?
I haven't driven the Cybertruck,
You're missing out.
yeah, one thing I notice when I've seen it in person, obviously. So when you see it in person, there's something about seeing it in 3D that gives it a sense of premium. I think on 2D, some might perceive the stainless steel as like sort of cheap or flat, obviously. But when it's 3D, it just has this futuristic vibe to it that it's hard to describe. So I encourage everyone to at least check it out in person.
Yeah, driving it is very interesting too, especially steer by wire. You don't really get a sense of it just from the articles. And I did a couple of U-turns in it, and all I have to do is kind of 90-degree turn of the steering, I guess yoke. And it sounds like a very small thing, but it adds up every time you turn. So it's a huge convenience. It kind of makes you wonder, why isn't every car built this way? Alf, go ahead. Alf?
Oh, hello. Thank you for having me up, and hello to everybody. Can I ask? I've asked Grok, and Grok tells me that Cybertruck. There's no mention of Cybertruck being available to test drive in Western Australia. Can you tell me when Cybertruck will be available to test drive in Western Australia? That's one question. That's an easy answer. And then I've got another question, if I am allowed to ask it.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really know when Cybertruck is going to expand beyond US or if it will, but just the fact that Tesla is taking the Cybertruck to other countries, I think is an indication. And for Australia, if the Cybertruck got to Australia, which I think it will at some point, I wonder where it will be built. Maybe Giga Shanghai. Yoda, do you have any thoughts on that?
I think it will enter that market, and the obvious thing would be to build it in Shanghai.
Yeah. Alf, what's your second question?
I've now got a third question. Why not build it in Western Australia? That was facetious of me. I was just putting it out there. The second question was, is it possible, or does Tesla have a, for itself, sorry, Alfred wants to go in, I just let him in. Does the self-driving Tesla have a cabbie feature where you can talk to and have a conversation, whether that be, a Grok, AI generated intellectual discussion, or the cabbie just asking how's your day been, mate? Oh, did you see the football last night? Like Arsenal won 5, like, or whatever. That you can chat to in that space. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Yeah, we've talked about Grok potential in the vehicles before. But you can't talk to your Tesla today. It's just not an intelligent conversation. So maybe the level of intelligence will improve over time. But I'm not sure. Yoda, what do you think about Grok's future in Tesla vehicles?
Yeah, that's a great question, Alf. I think voice, generative AI and voice will be the key interface in robotaxis in the future. The capabilities will be limited to functional ones, obviously, at the beginning, but it's going to start to expand into conversations for other purposes, such as just carrying a nice conversation with the passenger, all the way to fulfilling maybe tasks like you may say, can we make a pit stop to grab coffee or something, and if you think about it, voice is how we interact with the Uber drivers today. And if you are a passenger, is how you communicate with, let's say, your husband or your wife who is driving. And so I believe that will be the key interface.
Thank you. That's a brilliant answer. Thank you.
While Tesla Yoda is right, most importantly, Elon has confirmed it and said that it's coming.
Oh, geez, I think I just saw my first upgraded Model 3. Yeah. Wow. You guys are experiencing this with me live. Wow, this is wild. The benefit of living in Austin. Did you see one, Xander, yet?
I have. When I picked up my Cybertruck, I saw one right in there in the parking lot. But did you know that the suspension of the Model 3, according to the engineer in the parking lot, is not hydraulic and spring? It is actually magnetic, allegedly.
Interesting.
No
Yeah,
way.
I was literally, I was literally just standing and this car just pulled next to me. And I first thought it was a Model S because I wasn't really paying attention. And then as I walk, I'm like, wait a second, this is not a Model S. This looks really nice. Xander, what else can you tell us about magnetic suspension?
I didn't do any research after this, but my understanding is that it's two opposing magnets, and they, deducing what the engineer said, that they vary the voltage through the coils, creating dampening effect, which is how I believe Bose, if I'm not mistaken, is responsible for such an invention. And I haven't done any research, so let's look into it. I think it's a worthwhile topic.
That's awesome. Enjoy. She first thing that she mentioned was it's got ventilated seats, which I really like. There you go. That's crazy. Alf.
I asked Grok, and it said that the Tesla Model 3 performance features an adaptive air suspension system. So it's not a magnetic suspension system, but it offers similar benefits in terms of riding comfort and handling. So Grok has the answers. Sorry.
Or it could
Thank
be
you,
a
Al.
hallucination. So let's verify it.
Yeah. The just as a reminder, when people come up the speaker board, please stay on mute and raise your hand. Don't unmute yourself immediately. And if you violate one of these rules, you just won't be able to speak again today. So you just wait until tomorrow, learn your lesson, and then come back. Gianni, you may unmute yourself and go ahead. Marcel.
Hey guys. Hey Hey, did you just see a performance Model 3 or ludicrous Model 3 or just the new Model 3?
I think this was just the I don't think it was a performance one.
Okay, yeah. I was just going to say, in the last 6 weeks, I've purchased 2 Model 3s. I've got the standard range and the all-wheel drive. And with everything going on between Cybertruck and everything else in the Tesla ecosystem, no one's really talking about the Model 3. This car is really incredible. And just as a long-term Tesla owner, I've owned several Teslas starting in 2012. This thing is unbelievable. I mean, for a $40,000 type car, it is, number one, it's really quiet, just really quiet. The stereo system is insane. There's even there's sort of like a horizontal 6-inch wide speaker that extends. It's right where the glass roof is bisected and the B pillar goes above you. There's actually a little bass speaker above you. I would just say a very strong endorsement on that car. It's just a great product. That's it.
Very good, thank you. Here's the calendar.
Yeah, speaking of the updated Model 3 that everybody loves, I know recently Tesla and I think Elon maybe specifically denied an updated Model Y coming anytime soon, which I'm sure is smart on their part. But what would you think about the timing of when that rolls out? Since they do have the expenses of the new line for the Model 3 and the expenses of the Cybertruck line, what would make the most sense to not let Model Y get too stagnant, but also not want to take on 3 new expensive lines all at once?
Well, they did say it's not coming this year, right? So we said in here maybe by the end of this year, but they have their hands full with Cybertruck production ramp. I think the Cybertruck, they need to focus on Cybertruck production ramp right now. Get that up to 70-80% of the nameplate capacity, and then bring Model Y probably would be my take. But we have smarter people than me right now on the board. So Michael and then Wes.
Yeah, just thinking about that question, I wonder if an updated Model Y and a variant of the Model Y is part of the new vehicles that they expect to bring online later as soon as later this year or early 2025. I think that would make sense, and they definitely need to update Model Y for sure. And the changeover for the Model 3 in Shanghai happened actually pretty quickly. So they ramped up that production very quickly. So I think it could be pretty quick.
Wes. What?
I don't know if it's my connection or Yaman, your connection. I can't hear a couple of consonants that you're pronouncing. But anyway, to the last speaker, that's specifically what I was kind of curious about. They know the Model Y, everyone loves it. It's their best-selling model. And Elon was fairly optimistic about being growth positive compared to last year overall. And with Q1 and the first part of Q2 not shaping up to be the best at all, I was just curious what they knew. And that's the only thing I could think of that they know, because everyone loves the new updated Model 3. And that's a lever that would make sense to me. Obviously, they know more than I do, and y'all probably know more than I do.
Yeah, I think timing wise, they'll wait for the new model, updated Model 3 to ramp up to full volume first before they start to change the Model Y, because they cannot withstand both high volume models to take a hit at the same time, is what I'm thinking. So you'll likely see Model Y's update also be muted. Think of the way it was first unveiled. It was a very muted event, and so yeah, I think it will not be the start of the show. Let's put it that way. I think the new product announcements, what makes those exciting, will be the compact and the robotaxi.
Yeah, according to the VIN data, I think Model 3 refresh ramp is going very well, and it's getting close to where it was before the refresh. So the progress is good, but if you do the math, Hunter, on what that comment that they are going to do growth this year, volume growth, it requires about 474,000 vehicles to be delivered in each of the remaining quarters of the year. So that's a tall order, but they also said that they expect inventory drawdown in Q2. So I think their sales are actually quite strong, stronger than they're letting on, and they're starting to get stronger. And I think maybe the FSD is generating some incremental sales leads as well, and interest. Same with the Cybertruck halo effect. I think there's some something to see there down the line, and I think that they're going to end up with production for the Q2 around 450, 460K.
Michael, let me ask you a question. Who said exactly they expect the inventory drawdown?
Vibhav. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Vibhav.
What was the CFO? What was the exact quote?
That they expect the inventory build to reverse. That was the exact words.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so far I agree with everyone's comments. It does sound like a tall order, the 474, and it does seem like it would be rushing it to move to an updated Model Y line. And those were my thoughts. That's what I'm bringing up. Like, what else are we probably not seeing that they're seeing, other than I doubt they're saying that because they're just hoping that interest rates drop. I'm sure there's something else more optimistic than what we're thinking that is going to create a substantial change in the progress of their sales. And I actually don't remember. I'll ask, did Elon say sales or production?
Mike.
I think he said volumes, which implies sales. But in the end, they sell everything they make. They just have to find a clearing price for it.
All right, hold on, Hunter. What exactly are you referring to? You mean the Q2 will be much better?
No, I'm asking y'all, because I can't think of, other than the Model Y.
What's
that
the
makes
question?
sense. Other than updating the Model Y, what is going to be a driver for Q2, Q3, and Q4 to be better than Q1 and the first part of Q2?
Yeah, I don't, he just said Q2 will be much better. He didn't refer to anything specific.
Yeah, I took that as the financials will be much better because they mentioned a couple of one-time hits that made their Q1
Yeah,
financials
the only
worse.
thing I remember from the CFO is that free cash flow will be positive. And it is much better, obviously, because we had a very negative free cash flow. But I wouldn't take, I don't think it's a material comments. I don't know why you're so focused on it. Why are you so focused on it?
I was just trying to think of something that's interesting that I took away from the earnings that he said. I think a lot of people would probably not be surprised if they said, we see that this year will not have any growth in production and deliveries. But he didn't say that. And he didn't have to.
Yeah, he said
didn't.
he thinks that will, yeah, exactly. He said they believe they will grow. Do you think deliveries will grow year over year?
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking y'all. I couldn't think of any reason why. Obviously, I want to because most of my investment is in Tesla. So I'm hopeful.
Let me see the exact quote here.
Actually, he said, sorry, I jumped in without my hand, but he said, the question was, but what is your team's degree of confidence on growth above 0%? In other words, does the statement leave room for potentially lower sales year on year? And Elon said, no, I think we'll have higher sales this year than last year. He specified sales.
Yeah, this year though, right? I think Hunter was asking for Q2. And the Q2 comment, Q2 will be a lot better. So follow-up question from an analyst has to do with the first quarter deliveries, and I'm curious as to whether you not feel supply constraint that you mentioned throughout the release impacted results, and maybe you can help us quantify, and why you have some confidence in unit growth in 2024. And the CFO said a bunch of things, and then Elon said Q2 will be a lot better. Yoda?
Yeah, Hunter, the audio wasn't great, but so I may have missed if anyone said this, but I think Q1 was down because of the Highland ramp up, and so Q2 with that behind us, the Model 3 volume should normalize. And then there's seasonality as well, that where Q2 naturally picks up. The Berlin issue resolved. Q1 this year also has some, I think, some Chinese New Year or Lunar New Year impacts as well. But overall, I think Q2, I was surprised actually that on the call they were that positive about Q2.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I was pleasantly surprised. And then hopefully towards the end of Q2, there's a macro surprise around the interest rate because that could be as early as June or, it could be later in the year as well.
Well, the other thing is so when you say you were surprised they were so positive Q2, so Elon said way better, which is, that's a vague comment, there's nothing too specific about it. And then CFO said free cash flow will be positive, which is expected because the only reason why it was so negative in Q1, or the primary reason, was the gap between deliveries and production. So if the gap isn't that big, or if they're close or deliveries are higher, then that'll be positive. But did you note anything else about Q2 guidance, Yoda? Because those are kind of just expected, right?
Yeah, probably the only other one was the Cybertruck hitting 1,000 per production per week. That's a positive surprise. That could go, oftentimes, one step forward, two steps back. But it sounded like they're confident about the trajectory of the ramp up for Cybertruck.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, and I put that in my article too. Cybertruck production 1,000 a week. In the release, it sounded like they just achieved that one time, but in the call, Lars said per week. So I think Cybertruck will be break even profitability in Q2, so that's good. And then throughout the year, the profitable contribution will improve from the Cybertruck. Hunter, that
Two questions for y'all. One, Yaman, to your last statement, are you thinking the Foundation series or all the line? Because I could see the Foundation series maybe even being somewhat profitable now with the increased price. But then just thinking, I know Yaman, you have a lot of opinions on the Cybertruck ramp. At what point in this year do you think it will start making a meaningful difference in the delivery that will actually help Elon's statement come true?
Yeah, production deliveries, I really just look at Troy. And Troy has proven over time, over many years, over a decade, that he's the number one expert when it comes to stuff. And it's just not an area I can add value there. So I would just look at his upcoming updates. I do recommend signing up for his Patreon. He kind of goes into detail of things and allows people to understand Tesla's fundamentals better, I think. So he thinks that Q2 will be lower year over year again. And I think that Elon, just setting a target for the team, as a good CEO should do. So, but I wouldn't take that to the bank at this point. I think the second half of this year is looking very positive because Cybertruck, I think, is a very profitable product. It just needs to get to 70-80% of the nameplate capacity, which means about 200,000 a year. So you're looking at 4,000 a week, and we're at 1,000 a week. So it's going to take another 2 quarters to get there. Michael?
Yeah, I think I agree with your comments on Cybertruck probably being break even in Q2 and contributing meaningfully to profitability in the back half of the year and getting to close to that 4,000 probably by the end of the year, I think. But I'm not sure I agree with Troy based on the comments on the call. Like I I I feel pretty good about the production being higher, much higher, because they were talking about all these one-time factors, most of which impacted production, and they don't expect them to recur. And then they also talked about, which brings us back to the point that we were just talking about earlier, was the CFO specifically said that he expects the inventory build to reverse, which means production deliveries will be higher than production. So if the production is going up from 422,000, I think it was, to I don't know 450,000 at least, which is how much they lost from the Red Sea and the Berlin shutdown and Chinese New Year, everything. Um, then the deliveries would be even higher than that. So that might not be down year over year after all. Also, I called Cybertruck being called out at 1,000 per week on this space a couple days before the call.
Okay, great. What do you think? Okay, Michael, you're very positive. Very positive. What was it at Q2 deliveries in Q2 2023? Do you know the number?
I think it was 466,000. I'll double check.
So you think you'll be above that?
I think based on the comments that the CFO said and which way production is tracking, it's almost like they hinted that it will be much better.
Okay. Trying to see if I want to make a coffee bet with you. But you're obviously posting quarterly production deliveries closer than I am. Michael, what excites you the most about Q2?
Oh, I got excited when you said what excites me the most, and then you said about Q2. Well, about Q2, I think the gross margins are likely to show the bottom, and I think actually there's room to surprise on the profitability side, because I think analysts are expecting something like 50 something cents per share earnings. I think that if they can get to 460K plus deliveries, they can beat that, and the estimates might come up.
What would give you confidence that Tesla will out-deliver last year's Q2?
I mean, right now the biggest barrier is probably the China. So like I need to see the China numbers pick up, but I used to track this stuff really closely, but it's started to matter much less. So I don't track it as closely. There was a guy who tracked the ships and how many ships are around, and one explanation for why the China data might be low is that they have more cars on ships. So I'd either have to see data on like there's a lot of cars on ships that will be delivered, or the China numbers just pick up a lot, the weekly numbers.
Yeah, something I'm looking forward to making impact to the numbers for Q2 is it seems like Tesla is now really honing in on the starting lease rate of 299. And at that 299 per month, they're essentially able to discount that by roughly 10%, which is around 330 per month previously. And the way they could do that is by looking at the FSD take rate. And if that is essentially close to 100% margin, and the take rate is 30%, that's roughly a $30 equivalent to which they can adjust the price down. And lease price is very sensitive, as you know.
Grant.
Didn't have anything specific to say, but yeah, if there's an improvement in the take rate, I think that is definitely a bullish thing for the ability to, sell and all that.
Grant, how many deliveries do you expect for Q2?
It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I know there's some seasonality. What's the traditional level of? I know Q1 is traditionally a lot weaker than Q4. What's the normal relationship between Q1 and Q2? I would almost say like 400. I don't know, but I have no idea. That's completely from the hip.
Okay. Michael, I'll bet you a coffee bet. Let me just see one thing real quick. Give me 1 second. Okay. Michael, I think year over year will be down deliveries in Q2. So you're taking up.
Can you explain the mechanics of the coffee bet? Because I've only been listening to the spaces for a few weeks, and I don't actually know what does it mean.
Well, it means that if you lose it, you just have to chug 10 coffees at once.
Oh.
And if you do it, then you win. If you don't, no. It's just basically, we can't talk about things ad nauseum, but obviously it depends on some assumptions. And we have sometimes people have different interpretations of facts, even if they all agree on facts. So it's just a way to kind of table the topic and get back to it and do a postmortem analysis after the fact and see, which side was closer. And usually it turns out, like, I think we've gotten to the point where coffee bets turn out close now. So it's close calls. And then we can kind of fine tune our understanding of facts based on the results of those coffee bets.
Okay. Well, I'll take the so it sounds like it's for fun. So I'll take the coffee bet. But for the record, like the current data is not looking so good. The CFO's comments were pretty positive. So I'll caveat it that way.
Okay. Coffee bets. Year over year. Let's see, Q2 24 deliveries above Q2 23 deliveries. Up year over year. Q2 24 deliveries up year over year. All right. What's your handle?
Climate UPA. YUPA.
Okay, perfect. And then I'll take the next side. All right. Yeah, we need to do more coffee bets. Great. Yeah, I think if you think about it, I think people are betting that seasonality will improve quite a bit in Q2. But I think the primary drivers of why Q1 delivery sagged are still there. One, and Elon mentioned this straight from the beginning. He goes, other companies are switching to hybrids, and we believe this is the wrong strategy, and EVs will dominate in the future. And he's right, but in the near term, that's still a headwind. People are kind of just picking this middle ground. They're just not ready for whatever reason, they can't switch their mindset to an EV lifestyle that they don't understand. You don't need as many gas stations around. You charge overnight at home, which is way more convenient. But for some reason, people just can't get their mind habits to change. And then two, high interest rates are still there. So as long as those things are still there, I think it's going to be a while before we see a massive uptick in Tesla's orders, deliveries. And we're getting closer to now a Model Y, upgraded Model Y, I guess. So those rumors will increase as well. So unless you're telling me that Tesla will bring the Model Y upgrade sooner, then I just don't see how you see an improvement in this year-over-year flat to negative deliveries growth. What do you think about that?
I think those are all good points. I take the CFO to be like a very bean counter conservative type because he's an accountant. And the fact that he said that he expects inventory drawdown to reverse, to me, someone who knows approximately where the production is going to, or not knows, who has an idea of where I think the production is going to be, and with the CFO's comments, it's almost like guidance. Taking those two together, the parts that I have a pretty good idea about and what the CFO said. So that's why I'm comfortable. He also clearly sees a lot more than we do.
Well, first of all, he didn't say deliveries will be up. He said, I guess, according to you, he said inventory buildup will reverse. That doesn't necessarily mean deliveries will be up. It could also mean production will be down, right?
Right, but they talked about how they have all these production things that aren't going to recur, and the Highland is going to be. I know they don't like it being called the Highland, but that's what I'm used to. The Highland the production is going to be much better in this quarter. There's no Berlin shutdown. There's no Chinese New Year shutdown. There's no Red Sea crap. There's a lot of things going for production this quarter versus last.
What do you think about the rumors that Tesla will cut China production?
We'll see. I don't think that's materialized yet. So we'll see. If so, then my coffee bet is shot.
That's all right. Clay, let's keep an eye on this. Good coffee bet. Thank you. Is this your first coffee bet?
It is.
All right. Pop your coffee bet cherry. There you go. Clay.
This is a question from something you brought up yesterday, Yaman. Is it okay to change topics?
Yeah, Clay, go ahead.
So yesterday, Iman, I believe you said that you didn't think it was warranted that people focus on the FSD licensing agreement and potential there. And I'm just curious, is that because you think that Tesla will be so far ahead of having software out and hardware on cars that they will be able to just push it out so much more effectively on their own? And then I'm just wondering if that ties into your thesis, which I guess I'm curious if you still hold that Tesla will be the only automaker by a certain point.
Yeah, the licensing. I don't think I said it's not warranted that people are talking about, but I don't want to focus on it because I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's not because Tesla doesn't want to license it out. I think legacy automakers just won't be able to implement it in time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. And then I'm just curious if you think that just the advantage, obviously, that Tesla has in having so many a giant fleet out with the hardware and software necessary. If more, it was just you thinking that the other automakers will be in such a detrimental position that they have bigger problems than revamping their line and trying to get FSD license. I was trying to pick up on if that was what you were kind of referring to.
Yeah, so it makes sense now?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Give me 1 second. Okay. Meta announced earnings, it looks like. Let's take a look. Down 16%. Facebook Meta down 16% after announcing earnings. Interesting. Any questions, comments? Please request to speak. Jeff Binder asks you, Michael, in the replies, how does the better number for Q2 square with current China numbers? So you're kind of hoping for, or are you forecasting a uptick in China deliveries?
I think watching the week-to-week stuff, like on the China numbers, is kind of like it's a crapshoot because they're loading cars on boats. They're exporting a lot of cars. They mentioned that they're actually going to start shipping to more markets from China. So they mentioned Chile as one of those markets. I think it's too lumpy to like read too much into like just 3 weeks of data, which is what we have. And I think that hopefully it's just a lot of cars on ships that we're seeing, and yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. And then hopefully we'll see those numbers pick up as they pivot away from ships to delivering to China.
Okay. Sawyer says Ford announced earnings. Ford's EV business lost $1.3 billion in Q1. They said EV revenue was down 84% due to industry-wide pricing pressure. They also said their costs were flat. Interesting. Because Tesla mentioned lower costs per unit on the call, so. And that's a massive loss again. Let's look at the Ford stock. Up 2.6%. Up 2.6%. Man, even the market is not convinced EVs are future. Dave Lee says, excellent job by Elon and Tesla management on Q1 earnings call. Gene Monster says, Elon says he thinks Q sales will be a lot better. The weakness in Q1 was driven by a series of factors that can be fixed this quarter. While I hope he's right, it's hard to believe given rates remain high and the pull forward from EV demand in 2022 and the first quarter of 2023 should create an air pocket this year. That's literally exactly what I said. Yeah. Do you follow Gene, Michael?
Sorry, who?
Gene Monster.
Yeah. I wasn't always impressed with his analysis.
Really?
Sometimes it's good. Other times it's a little off base. So.
Yeah. Jeff Lutz replied to Gene and said the amount of stranded supply and unconstrained demand was fairly significant, on the order of 40 to 70,000. That said, there are also pockets of real demand issues as well. Yeah, no, I'm with Gene on this one. Did you look through the 10Q? Michael?
No, I was just looking at digests, but eventually I'll get to it, maybe.
What's digest?
I mentioned earlier digest, like the headlines, kind of like people post things they find interesting.
Gotcha.
And the one was like the one that was interesting to me was the 281 million deferred revenue recognition. I mean, the 10Q is pretty dry. There's not a lot of interesting stuff there. I really wish what I was most excited about from this whole call was Ashok really pulling back the curtain on how everything works, and I wish Wes and Meadow were here to comment on it.
Yeah, we can look through the 10Q right now. Let's do that. So it's going to be pretty dry in the next few minutes, but nobody wants to talk about anything. So feel free to interrupt. And otherwise, I'm going to kind of just read through this 10Q. So short-term investments of 15 billion, cash and cash equivalents of 11.8 billion. Let's see, is Greg in here? Maybe he may, or Mike. Let me just see my usual. Nope. Mike. He is here. Bring him up if he's available. And then you'd see maybe. No, he's not here. Let's see if there's anybody else. If Roland wants to comment on China, he's welcome. Anybody else who's focused on 10Q? Grant? Has anyone read the 10Q? Maybe Dylan?
Sorry, I wanted to make just a quick comment, if I may. Did you know that China was the strongest region in year-over-year comparison? It was only down about like 2%.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I don't think it's as weak as people think. But maybe there's alternative explanations. I haven't really dug into it that much, but I do know that US was the weakest region, actually.
Okay. Grant, did you look at the 10Q?
Not in detail, no.
What was that?
Meta?
Two questions. What was the deferred?
Oh, wait
deferred
a
revenue
second.
was like 250. Did they sell Bitcoin? Was that a part of the EPS?
No, they didn't sell Bitcoin. Meta, welcome.
Hey guys.
What did you request for?
Oh, I just rejoined the space. So it gives you a speaker option.
You just didn't want to be a part of. You just didn't want me to talk about 10Q.
So are you guys
You're
talking
like, this
10Q?
guy's gonna be too boring. I'm gonna just hop in.
No, I just hopped in. I wanted to talk to Wes about the production line if he's around, but it doesn't seem like he is right now.
He's not here. What do you think about Xander's magnetic suspension idea?
I didn't hear it. I've been gone for like the last hour and a half.
Mike, did you read through the 10Q?
I did, Yaman. Absolutely nothing extraordinary. I'll just make one fast comment, and then I have a question for Meta, if that's okay.
Yeah,
the comment is, I was very surprised by the profitability in the first quarter. I think that really is impressive, given the year-over-year decline in deliveries. That really bodes well going forward for additional COGS declines. Incredibly impressive given the 135,000 employee fixed cost base. Obviously, that's going to be reduced going forward as well. My question, so I was impressed. I thought there was a very high probability of a negative earnings per share number in the first quarter. So I'm super excited about the future second quarter and the second half of the year. Meta, can you elaborate on the comment from Ashok regarding them training, what was it, tens or hundreds of models simultaneously? Is that?
They said hundreds, yeah.
Can you elaborate as to what that means?
Yeah, if you look at what he said they train hundreds of models that do path prediction every week. And when in the context of the sentence, I believe he was referring to their ability to know where they're going, right? Like forecasting how they're going to get there. That was kind of like the context of the question. If they're training hundreds of models every week, you can think of this kind of like evolution, if you will. There's a bit of natural selection that occurs. They're not shipping hundreds of models. Actually, I don't know if you want to go through this, but I kind of color coded a bunch of the commentary that Ashok made. If anybody's curious, you can kind of go look at
that tweet. I don't think we need to read all of it, but if you're going to read a 10Q, you might as well read that too. There's clear reference to a few things. One is, for example, we've debated, are they only testing Chuck's Corner? Well, he referenced a whole bunch of different cities where they're doing manual QA. Manual QA implies that there's, in general, I think they say QA at times. Sometimes they say manual. QA generally refers to manual. Nobody refers to this automated stuff. They also reference how they have all these simulations that they use to validate things. And those hundreds of models, most of them are going to not survive natural selection beyond the simulation stage.
What's the purpose of that? Is that just to have more kind of differentiated models for efficiency purposes?
There's a lot of different techniques. I'm going to hypothesize is what they're doing. They haven't exactly said what they're doing. So, if people want to pick that apart, they can. But there's these things called GANs, generative adversarial networks. The way you build these networks out, you can think of it kind of like it's modeling the way evolution works. So you have a whole bunch of different models. You try a whole bunch of different subsamplings of all the training data that you've received. You then generate fine-tuned models, and you say, okay, we've got 100 different candidates. He said 100, so let's just go with 100 for now. If you have 100 different candidates, you then throw them all into the simulated environment. And let's say you have different metrics like, okay, what was the average braking speed? What is the average accelerator, decelerator rates, jerk? How often did the car mispredict where another car was going to end up in the simulation? How often did it get into accidents in the simulation? How often did it hit a VRU? All these kinds of different metrics you might have. And then you kind of basically score them across all these policies. And you say, which ones performed better, which ones performed less. When machine talks about loss reduction, that's basically what that is, right? So loss is like you have a perfect score. How many points did you lose from that perfect score? Whatever models lose the least, you then take the data sets that they had and you scramble it around again and you try again. So it's kind of like survival of the data that leads to good results.
Thank you. That's fascinating. Thank you.
The adversarial part is the simulation. The generative part here is being filled in by either video clips from the fleet or possibly also generated clips for what it's worth. It doesn't always only have to be human clips. Right.
Yeah, question for Meta. In terms of how the solution scales from here, do you feel like the bigger constraint is data or compute?
Data. I think it's currently data. The reason why I say that is because doubling compute gives you a one-to-one benefit, whereas data, you need to continue to 10x it for a linear improvement.
Do you think that they're compute constrained today? I know that they're talking about continuing to invest in all these chips and compute capacity. Do you think that makes sense, or is the bigger constraint really just data and it might take a while?
It's kind of like a two-prong approach, right? The more chips you have, the more simulated and higher fidelity simulations you could generate. And you can generate these in lieu of collecting data. So you need the compute for processing the data, but you also can use the compute for generating some portion of the data. So having more training compute is definitely like a thing to do. I don't think they should ever stop building out the compute until the problem is solved. And when I say the problem, I also mean like AGI as a whole. And also for reference, there was an understanding that ChatGPT 3.5 was trained on about 10,000 H100s, and in the most recent paper, or sorry, in the shareholder deck that we saw from Tesla, they were just shy of 40,000. Just to give ourselves some kind of like grounding.
Makes sense. And I feel like I might be veering back into some of the stuff that's been discussed in recent spaces, but it's kind of difficult to project the right amount of data. And I understand it's both, but like, is that a complete unknown and there are different ways of thinking about it? I mean, does anyone have a precise estimate on the number or the volume of data required to solve it?
Yes, actually. So Tesla can definitely calculate that. And that's exactly what I think Ashok was saying. Now, I know there's going to be like red flags thrown up in the air, but Elon also added to that comment, and I think he's hinting at the fact that he said 3 to 4 months roughly is the amount of time that there may be back of the envelope calculating. Ashok then came on, I think either before or after Elon, to say something along the lines of, and these are on the quotes I clipped, but he said something along the lines of like, obviously you have to do the experimentation and you have to do the work, but right now the scaling laws are holding. Will the scaling laws break between now and where they need to get to? It's possible. I would bet that's not likely, just because we've seen other models continue to adhere to these scaling laws. It also is unlikely that the scaling laws just go from like, you know, a direct correlation to zero, right? It's probably going to be like a small drop off. But the way you can think of this is kind of similar to the way batteries work, right? Like you've got a whole bunch of neurons that are vacant. As you give it more and more training data, it's easy to find more neurons to say, oh, I can morph into handling that new feature or complexity that's coming in. But over time, the sparsity of those neurons starts to go down. So you have more and more neurons doing stuff and less neurons not doing stuff. So you need a lot more data to train those few neurons that are available without messing up the stuff that the other neurons have kind of learned. And it's not as easy as freezing them. I'm just using an analogy here. So if you're asking like, can they calculate it? Yes, they can. They also hint at like, if you look at the 4 ways you can accomplish your goal, one of the ways is to have a very large model. By looking at the large model that was then compressed down to 12.3 and seeing how that performed in production in the real world, they can go back and say, okay, now how did 12.3.4 perform? How did 12.3.5 perform? So now we have a correlation of if our large model in simulation performs at 90%, then the small model in the real world performs at 80%. That means we need to get the large model close to 99.9999999%. So like, let's say you need 7 nines in the large model, so you can get down to 5 nines in the small model, or whatever that ratio ends up working out to be. You can continue.
What's wrong with reading the 10Q? Why don't you want to read the 10Q?
Oh, I didn't. I was just joking, honestly. I didn't know you were reading the 10Q when I joined.
You has the question for you.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
just repeating stuff you said about the large models and that.
Yeah, I was answering Grant's question.
Grant isn't paying attention to these spaces. Grant, you gotta pay more attention. He's always like out partying in New York City while on these calls. You'd see.
Meta, I'm sure you've probably already given your earnings call reaction stuff, but maybe a different way to ask your feelings since you've gotten the more data is, if we look at like the tail risks, is there anything that has changed your estimates or timelines or beliefs about what you know of FSD? So if we look at either the far left tail or the far right tail, like, is there anything that's caused those tails to either go up or go down based on what you see in the last 24 hours?
I mean, if they're currently already getting data from 50% of the fleet, they would need to pull a lot more levers to get more data. If what they were saying was half the people have tried it, but not half the people are continuing to use it, then maybe there's still ways they can get those people to try it as it gets better over time. But yeah, I think the biggest risk for me is lack of data, and their statements on the call does make it seem like, obviously it's not going to happen in May, but it might happen like this summer or somewhere around that period of time. The 3 to 4 months that Elon is saying, it's coming from Elon, so you have to take it with a grain of salt.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, sorry. We keep going back and forth from the 10Q or not, but anyway, I'll go ahead and ask my question. and I hope Greg was here. But this is what I was talking about earlier about the 10Qs. The vehicle inventory days of supply is showing as 28, right? But if you look at the value of the inventory, it's only gone up by 12. So it used to be 15 and it's almost doubled to 28. And if you look at the same in terms of dollars, it's only gone up from 13 to 16 billion. So I guess roughly, what's that, 20%. So, or less. So that's the discrepancy. I think that what I noticed earlier in that, and
Well,
I
there are
can't
other
find that
things in that.
statement.
There are other things in the other items. So if you look at note 3,
Note
okay,
3.
yeah, just search for note space 3
All right.
inventory note. You see, you can see breakdown of raw materials, work in progress, finished goods, service parts. So the inventory is,
All right. But then the number of vehicles, as it's shown, is gone up to 28 days now. Right. So that I think that that number is gonna should have hit inventory, but it didn't because there were about 30,000 cars in transit. Something
that
like
would
that.
show up in finished goods line. So that's in the finished goods line.
Oh, so it should be there. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely there. There's no question.
So then why does it say that it's almost doubled the number of
because there are other things like
days
Tesla
of
Energy.
supply?
There's other things in there like Tesla Energy
No,
inventory
it's
as well.
vehicle inventory days of supply.
I know,
is
but
20.
the finished good number that jumped from 5.0 to 6.7 has
Yeah.
other things in there. Okay, so if you read it, it says products in transit to fulfill customers' orders, new vehicles available for sale, used vehicles, and energy products available for sale in the note 1 to note 3. Okay.
Okay. So that's actually then working in the opposite direction of what it should. But
no,
all right.
That's not true. Why don't you just take some time and
Okay.
think about it a little bit more? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pizzi.
I'm gonna ask Meta a couple other questions on his thoughts. So Meta, were you implying that you were like disappointed or expecting to see more amount of miles driven, or
I was hoping for more miles driven. Yeah.
and this is based on you believe that their data or they need additional data, and you're thinking like they need another order of magnitude more amount of data right now is what you're kind of getting at with your argument. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So it doesn't have to be more drivers, but more miles would probably correlate with more interrupts and more disengagements. So what's disappointing isn't that they don't have more data, but whatever. Like, granted, those things were relatively recent, so maybe it's not reflected in the graph yet. But I was hoping to see more miles from the free trial, from the subscription, or whatever other levers they choose to pull. And it could just be that people are more hesitant to try FSD than I was expecting.
So then if we look at the positives, then if we look at the other tail end of the distribution curve, is there data that you saw that was like, well, this is better than I expected, so this eliminates the far left tail of risk?
I think the H100s are roughly on track with their A100 chart that they shared. So that's a positive. I think I'm just very bullish in general, so it's very hard for me to find positives and not be disappointed. I think it's a positive to hear Ashok talking about the scaling laws. Not that it's surprising, but if he's conservative, which I don't know enough to say, but if he is conservative in the way he's talking about it, you wouldn't start quoting the scaling laws until you kind of have seen, or you have some pathway, and that's the thing you're focused on. That would then tell me that, yeah, they're probably really trying to get data. That's probably one of the big drives for them. One way to confirm this would be if they start doing more things like giving out free supercharging based on mileage or something along those lines.
Well, you got them to push it back from May.
What do you mean?
I mean, until the earnings, until just now, he was still thinking May is when they're gonna get, like, he was gonna be right.
And what is he, like middle of June now, or?
It's gonna get pushed back. So.
I mean, it depends on what it is. If we're talking about L4 capable, it's pretty close. They actually got to build out other stuff.
Whatever you think it is, it's still gonna get pushed back.
Sure, we could go with that definition until you'll be right every day except for one.
Yeah. Days of supply, 15 to 18, 28. Ashay, still figuring that, or do you have a follow-up question? Ashay? Ashay? All right. I think Ashay is. I mean, this happens to me too. Whenever I look at SEC filings, I fall asleep. So I'm guessing Ashay is sleeping. That's okay. Maybe if he scream high enough, he might wake up. You go first.
So Meta, I was gonna. So even like you think it's still gonna be like a dramatic improvement? Like when we, I guess let me rephrase this question. When we get to what your expectations are for level 4, whatever that means, what do you think the number of miles between disengagement or critical disengagement is going to be for the average person?
For me, the moment I would say they've reached L4, good ways to define that would be they've applied for a permit. They would still have to have safety drivers. They would still have to have either remote monitoring or something along those lines, but that would be like a definitive they've hit L4. Another one would be if they got rid of the nag and they only use driver monitoring or something along those lines. Those would be two good ways of arguing that, okay, it's pretty close to L4 at this point. The miles per disengagement is a fuzzy metric, and it's hard because how you define the disengagement really matters. If we were talking about miles per accident, I think that's a reasonable one.
So, and this answer can be whatever you want it to be. Like just general ballpark, how much better do you think the system needs to be than what it is today? Are we talking like a 2x or 3x improvement, or an order of magnitude, or how do you think about where it is versus where you see this level 4 mid-May or whatever it is now?
I think you could argue maybe it needs to be 100x better if you're just looking at miles per disengagement.
And you think we get 100x improvement sometime this year?
Yeah, I think it's possible. Remember, they also talked about why there would be step changes. The improvements every time they bring new capabilities on, or they're bringing a lot of different data, or they're loosening some constraints, or they're changing the policies, those large movements have to be tested thoroughly. So the fact that they're testing 12.4 and 12.5 right now tells me that they are spending a lot of time testing these things. And if you recall, they spent a lot of time testing 12 before it came to the public.
Ashay? Ashay's gone. Oh boy.
O'Shea, can you hear Yaman?
You know what it actually says on his profile? It says time traveling daydreamer.
Maybe he's time traveling.
Yeah, I mean, this is like Kogua number 2. Are we other things to talk about, guys? What's going on here? You want to talk some macro? We haven't had a macro space in a while.
Yeah, maybe. I actually I don't want to dominate the space, but I do actually have a few more questions for Meta. w- I'm not a data scientist at all. I have a background in IT, but not on machine learning or data. Part of my thesis that I've kind of come to in the last maybe 2 or 3 months is that my expectation is that the car is going to need some sort of generalized reasoning abilities and things like that. Um, is that something that they've talked about, like for version 13 or version 14? It just seems that even though you know how to drive a vehicle, it seems like our brain does other things to naturally reason through different situations and a lot of weird corner cases that come up. Is that something that like Tesla has talked about, or that the data scientist, like the guy at Tesla, has talked about at all, that made you change your mind on anything? Or
This has come up a fair bit by folks, but it's hard to define what is reasoning or common sense. These are words we use to describe things, but you can't really point at it necessarily. Deep reasoning in LLMs is a conversation that does come up as well, but the models are just doing that inside the neurons. The neurons will do that reasoning. It'd be hard to argue that the car's not doing reasoning when it's deciding whether to go or not go through an intersection that's unprotected. That's exactly what it's doing. It's doing reasoning.
Miranga.
Thanks, Yaman. I got a question for Meta, FSD related. Something that I heard yesterday, Elon mentioned. He mentioned 12.3, 12.4 is a different model, 12.5 is a different model. I'm just wondering if the model is changing in 12.4 and 12.5, why are they still releasing like dot releases on 12.3? Can you help me understand that? What is that model change means? And is that a total new model that 12.3 is obsolete now? I don't quite understand that.
Architecture is the same. You're just retraining the model.
Yeah, he was being hyperbolic. He was saying it's effectively a retrain, but I think what he means is the neuron weights are dramatically different.
Okay, so I guess if I were to think, like, it's the same brain that they're training new things to that same brain.
Yeah, it's like you at 16 versus you at, I don't know, 30. It's the same brain. It's just dense with different experiences. But if you just had the training from 16 to 30, that you maybe completely dysfunctional, right? You need 0 to 16 and then build on top of it.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Understood.
Meta, did you catch Ashok's comment that he said it doesn't require much engineering work? So there's still humans involved, obviously.
Correct.
Which goes to, yeah. It's not totally operation vacation.
Yeah, there was one place, let me see if I can find that exact statement, where so Operation Vacation, I don't think ever applied to the simulation side for what it's worth. It's only supposed to apply to the automatic hill climbing. So he had a statement that said, we have simulations systems that also try to create this and test this in a close to fashion, is what the transcript says. I didn't have a chance to go listen to the audio, but I'm pretty sure he might be saying closed loop fashion and it just got transcribed wrong. So I want to go re-listen to that. If he's saying they're doing it in a closed loop fashion, a closed loop and Operation Vacation are the same thing. Operation Vacation is just a cooler name.
Yeah, he said that for simulation, closed loop fashion. That's right.
Right. So if he said closed loop, because I don't know what closed to would mean, but if he said closed loop for the simulation, then that implies that today they do have automatic hill climbing working. So all these dot releases on 12.3 might be coming from Operation Vacation while the team is spending the engineering resources on 12.4 or 12.5.
I mean,
Can I ask a question about Optimus?
mhm.
Hey, Meta, I think you know this question I was going to ask you. Can you explain to me how they go about teaching Optimus to be autonomous, please?
I mean, it's not solved yet, so we don't really know how they're going to do it. But I think your question was more about like when humans driving, you have something you can mimic, and for Optimus, there's not something easily to mimic. However, we have seen they have VR goggles. You can wear VR goggles and you can do things, and you can have the Optimus kind of mimic you that way. But humans also learn by observation, right? So you'll watch somebody pick up a bat, swing, and hit a ball. So if you can get a bigger mind and a better understanding, okay, the person picked up the bat and they kind of swung like this, you can kind of try it yourself and you can feel if it felt right or didn't feel right, if it felt weird in your body. So you can combine some level of proprioception and visual learning to get to that. And then the policies would basically be something along the lines of don't swing the bat so hard that it feels like your arm's going to fall off. Don't, twist your body in such a way that you're falling on the ground, because the previous person, they hit the ball with the bat and then they ran, right? So then they didn't lose their balance. So you're kind of talking about a point where you have to have some like ground rule policies, like don't hurt yourself. But then you also, and I think this is the kind of unsolved problem. There are some theories on how you could get to that in the Alberta Plan papers, but I don't think there's clear evidence yet on how you would solve this. And that would be the ability to look at something and then form your own policies and then retrain live. So continual training, live training, whatever you want to call that. I don't think that's been solved yet. Figure Robotics CEO said something like they claimed they had something there, but they've never followed up on it. So I think he just misspoke.
So if, for instance, when I'm driving the car and I have FSD on and I take over because I think there's a safety critical event that's about to happen, if the robot is going to do something, but it's going to do it wrong, how would you take over and then give it feedback that this was the way to do that certain task?
There are many ways you could do it. One way, especially because they said they're going to do it in constrained environments within the factory, you could imagine that you have video cameras in a area. You have the robot doing something like picking up the sheet metal and loading it into the Kukuro. So when the robot's doing that work, you can kind of see, okay, is the robot within its area? Has the robot fallen? Is the robot going too slow? Is the robot I don't know, about to hit a wall? You can create all these different policies, and then you can have the supervising camera score and grade the robot's performance for every single time it picked up a sheet of metal. So it'd be like, okay, the first metal, I'm going to give you a score of 98. The second metal, I'm going to give you a score of 96. Next one, I'm going to give you a score of 20, whatever. And as these scores come in, the model then gets retrained to say, okay, whatever it is that you were doing in your brain, these are the scores that's associated with what you were doing. And then it'll slowly learn to do things that give it higher scores.
So it's almost like Pavlov's dog. Just try to let it figure it out on its own by telling your goal is to get to 100%, but you're only reaching 98% according to our metrics, and do something different to get to 100.
That's literally the training of all AI and humans. Pavlov's dog. We're just conditioning sugar hungry creatures. Dopamine hungry.
Yeah, I was going to say dopamine.
Sometimes serotonin, but we really like dopamine.
Ashay. Ashay.
This is almost an SNL skit now.
I know. No clue.
Hey, question for Meta. Before you'd mentioned that the stacks are different from the highway or freeway to street driving. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? Is the highway still V11? Thanks.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, we've all observed that the highway still V11. The notes say that the V12 is on the city streets. So there's like a little seam there. Once that seam goes away, I'm sure we'll see a lot of interrupts go down, or sorry, disengagements go down.
Habib.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was off mute. Just 3 seconds to blow a little quick smoke, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So everyone comes up and they always say thanks to Yaman for the spaces, and honestly, yeah, thanks, man. These are great spaces, but so much credit goes to the speakers. Meta, the amount of stuff I've learned just talking to you in the past year and a half, it's amazing. I appreciate the time you take. I appreciate all the time of the speakers. I love that you got this. You got Elon Musk on the speaker board right now, and I just appreciate the whole thing. Thanks a lot.
I'm never outgrowing this, huh?
Probably not.
Hey, Lila, come here. You want to hear Elon Musk?
Oh, Lord. It's like being a stunt double, but in a vocal sense. Ironically enough, I've finally found a good, compelling use case for pronouns. I can just identify myself as Elon's lost brain cells. I actually do exactly that. I have a GitHub page. I'm on GitHub to basically keep up to date with releases of Grok and various other open source software. And there's a pronoun section there, and I actually do identify as Elon's lost brain cells for the memes.
Hey, my 8-year-old daughter just wants to say something real quickly.
If I told my friends you were talking to Elon Musk, then maybe they'd be excited, but I don't really know who that is. Anyway.
Well, I'm not surprised since Habib
She's
owns a
cute.
Taycan. Yeah. Habib, that explains why you own a Taycan.
Yeah.
Habib, why don't you sell that Taycan and get this new Model 3?
Well, I'm gonna get the Model 3.
Does that mean you're not selling the Taycan?
Are you emotionally attached to this thing?
The more my ex-friends bag on me for this Taycan, the more I want to keep it. Like we all have this little flaw to our character, I've noticed. There's Machine and all of his problems, and I guess mine is the Taycan.
You better keep that, Habib. If you ever get rid of that Taycan, we're not going to be friends.
Quick, everyone, compliment him on his Taycan.
Never. Ashay? What do you think is going on with Ashay?
I have no idea, dude.
He's actually Elon Musk, and he has to be in a meeting right now.
Totally.
You see.
I'm a few pages into the 10Q. Is there anything worth continuing to look through it, or is it so far it doesn't seem like it seems like one of the less interesting 10Qs?
I mean, I'm going to publish something for Patreon anyway, so I'll let you know. Chief Teslas.
How's it going? I just had a quick question. I just sold a Taycan, and I'm curious. I don't know who was speaking and who owns theirs, but I'd like to get some feedback. I loved mine actually. So
why did you sell it then?
Because I'm a car dealer and I sell cars for a living.
Great question, dude.
Sorry, I just lost connection for a second. Can you say that again?
He sells cars. He's a dealer. You weren't here when he was here?
Oh, this is the cheap Tesla
Yeah,
guy.
cheap Tesla, exactly.
Yeah. Nah, dude, you're awesome. I like that Model S you're selling out of Texas.
Thank you.
So you had a Taycan and you sold it. How can I help you get another one?
No,
What's the matter with you?
No, I was just curious for those that owned them, how they liked them, because I really enjoyed mine. I thought it was. I think we actually went back and forth a little bit on X, talking about them, but I just think the fit, finish, feel of them, driving experience is really good in the Taycan.
Yeah. Let me just ask you a question. What did you think about the infotainment system, the PCM they call it?
I thought it was okay. I think
System, the PCM they call it.
I thought it was okay. I think Tesla's so far ahead, and as far as like the tech goes and the infrastructure and all that stuff, but I thought it was okay. I mean, I like. I don't mess with Apple, but I thought it was okay overall.
Yeah, out of respect for Yaman in the space, I don't want to hijack it with talking about such an amazing car. But I'll tell you, the Taycan, my personal experience, and I've told others, updates are dismal. And the funny thing is, the best feature about it is, I would say, is the Android Auto or the Apple AirPlay or CarPlay. Um, it's so lacking in the tech, but it's a completely different concept. I always tell people, it's kind of like a sports car with a battery pack. And Tesla is, like there's ICE cars, there's EV cars, and then there's Teslas. That's kind of how I break these categories down.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay.
Habib,
no one cares about Taycan. No one cares.
All right, I'm
Chief
done.
has either quit. Okay, Michelle.
If you
Michelle, go
want
ahead.
to talk about the 10Q, I found this incredible GPT 10Q diver from Vivek, a computer science PhD. And I tested it. I checked it with the 10Q on the side, and you can like ask it pointy questions about the 10Q, and it spits out a paragraph answer that's fairly accurate about like, so if anybody else has that, it's like kind of a cool. The other quarterly calls I've tried a bunch and it was not incredible, but this one is really, really precise.
Thank you. I'll reach out to you in the DMs. Check it out. Good job on the piano last night, by the way. I really enjoy your spaces, the piano on the spaces. Keith has a question for you. Have you seen any recent changes in the resale value of FSD in your fleet in the market?
Not heavy, I don't think. I don't think there's been enough time to really determine that, being that it's only been a week since they dropped the price. I think. I think.
Well,
prices,
more importantly, V12 has been around now for a month. Have you seen people asking about V12, asking you more about FSD cars?
Most buyers, I don't think, go that deep into it. They don't ask questions about software versions and stuff like that. They'll just ask. I mean, like I have a ton of people that come out or reach out to me and ask. I'm looking for this type of car. I'm looking for this Model S, this price range, this year, and I just want it to have FSD. So there's still people that are like wanting FSD paid for. But I think generally maybe the demand's down a little bit. I think it's just too early to tell that still.
Hey, Chief Teslas, do you are you seeing some kind of consistent difference in your sale price versus what Tesla is offering for trade-in?
As far as the ones that I sell versus Tesla's trade-in offer, Is that what
Yeah,
you're asking?
yeah. Like, are you able to sell them like 20% more or 10% more? Are you seeing anything like that consistently, or is it all over the place, really?
Honestly, a lot of the times I don't even know what Tesla's trade-in offers are on stuff that I'm selling, or even stuff that I'm buying sometimes. I'd say I'd like to get as close as I can to that number, just because I like to move cars quickly. But yeah, tough one to answer, I think.
All right, I'm going to send you a DM for one of my vehicles if maybe we can connect on it.
Yeah, definitely. Shoot me a message.
It's not the Porsche Taycan, for the record.
Dude, oh my gosh, stop it. Just stop. I'm gonna choose Taycan. Dude, literally, I'm going to come to North Jersey and slash your tires. And you know what? X's rules against violent behavior doesn't apply to spaces, I think. So I will.
But we have to ask the owner of X.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually not true though, but okay.
Oh, is that true? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's actually very difficult to monitor spaces, so people get away with it. But technically speaking, the TOS, of course, do apply because it's a service still. So, sorry, the autism is kicking in.
All right.
That's why it's good to have
Habib,
the owner of X right here clarifying the terms of services for us.
Yeah, okay. Well, Habib, then here's what I can say. That's a nice Taycan you got there. Be a shame if something happened to it.
Can I ask just why the hate on the Taycans? Is it just because this is the Tesla group?
Oh,
or is there an actual reason?
Ask him what he thinks about the Volkswagen ID4.
Yeah, it's the other team. The other team.
I think it's more that Habib has a Taycan than it's a Taycan.
No, I don't care who has Taycan. Habib is one of the biggest supporters of this space. He's contributed in so many ways. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, that's a fair point. You should join Patreon so that Yaman can make fun of you.
Have you ever driven a Taycan?
Have I?
Yes.
You would not see me dead in a Taycan. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Have you ever been to a soccer game in another country?
No, I have not.
Let me tell you a story. Okay. So I grew up in Istanbul, 18 years of my life. And I actually I was a swimmer for one of the bigger kind of club teams. And in Turkey, it's not like there's sports clubs. And these clubs have different teams, like a soccer team, basketball team, volleyball team, etc. Okay. So when you're the team, when you kind of support a team, you support all of their teams. A sports club, you support all of their teams. So I swam for a team called Fenerbahce. Okay. And there's the biggest rivalry in soccer in the world is Fenerbahce Galatasaray. Okay. And we would go from the Asian side of Istanbul to European side of Istanbul at like 6 a.m. on a Saturday to swim for our practices. And on the way back, at like around 10, 11 o'clock a.m., we'd have to pass by the Galatasaray Stadium. There was a game happening that night on a Saturday night for Galatasaray team. Okay. And usually the line starts at the beginning, in the morning. So we had to drop off this one girl on our team, and we all have Fenerbahce gear on us, right? We have the shirts and the sweatpants and the sweatshirts and everything. We're in a van. We stopped by the stadium, and all of a sudden, this guy, Galatasaray fan, comes to the van, bangs on the window. Okay, what are you wearing? He's like just like screaming at us. And you can't do anything because if you just take this, he's like, take it off, take it off. I'm like, if you just take it off, it's another Fenerbahce shirt, so you can't really take it. And we're sitting like sitting ducks at a red light. and the light turns green, and we start going, and all of a sudden, like we see in the back, 10 Galatasaray fans just like sprinting behind the van, and this is outside of the stadium. Okay, like you're not even inside. One of the so I came to US at age 18, and one of the a bunch of culture shocks and everything. And one of the things I was really shocked about is that people sit on this like in the same in the stadiums. People sit side by side with the other opposing team's fans. I'd never seen that in my life before until I came to US. Because in Turkey, there is literally corridors of policemen separating the fans. So when you ask me, have you ever driven a Taycan? I'm like, what are you talking about? That is ridiculous. Like, I should ban you from the space for even asking that question. Mr. Used car salesman.
You could have just said yes, Yaman.
No.
I like the story. Thank you for the story.
Yeah. Yeah, and I lived in Philadelphia for the second 18 years of my life, and people are like, people say Philadelphians are the biggest fans and they're rowdy and everything. What are you talking about? They're sitting side by side with Cowboy fans. So, anyway.
I think the space has pivoted to becoming a try to push all of Yaman's buttons.
Yeah. Well, it's always like that. It's always like that.
Talk about an investigative probe.
Yeah. Cheap Tesla. Is there anything you can tell us about the recent trends in used values of Teslas? Any models, S, X? Like one thing I saw on Car Gurus is Model S and X depreciation seems to have decelerated a little bit versus Model 3 and Y. Is that true? Or do you just not have enough volume to kind of say anything?
No, I think everything is. I want to say maybe I noted this a couple weeks ago when I was on here, but I think as we start getting into the summertime, just generally the used car market kind of trends back up a little bit, or at least at this point, there's been such a decline over the last handful of months. I think it's just leveling out, due to people getting their tax refunds, weather's turning. It's kind of just the time to buy a car, I think. And so, I guess, especially with a lot of people trying to take advantage of the tax credit too, like anything under 25,000 typically is going so fast. And, that range, like once they've depreciated that much and down into that range, that price range, I think there's no need to lower the price anymore. If it's under 25K.
And another thing is, like, I'm sure you're kind of in touch with all the industry sources. You say you have a Facebook group and everything. How would you compare this year's tax seasonal bump versus last year's seasonal bump?
I've sold a lot more cars personally. But that being said, last year they didn't have the point of sale tax credit. So that's another variable that makes it hard to compare to last year. I've done a ton more cars this year just purely due to the tax credit. There's a lot of people buying them, taking advantage of that. So a little bit hard to compare, just because of that variable.
Meta.
How many cars before the $25,000 tax credit? How many cars that are Teslas would you ever see below that price?
Not many, actually. It was a lot of older stuff like the 2012, 2013, all the pre-AP like Model S's were kind of in that range. But now it's like there's facelifted Model S's. I've sold a couple of Model Ys under the 25K. I've got a Model X under 25K right now that I'm selling. So there's a lot more stuff that's kind of fallen down into that category.
And how wide would you say the gap is from 25 to whatever the next price is where the vehicles are actually selling?
Yeah, that's the hardest thing I think right now is anybody that's trying to sell a car between like 25.5 and like 29 is it's trouble. Like I've posted a couple of cars and it seems that they're hard to sell in that range. Just because the people that are looking in that range are just like, shoot, why don't I just try to find something that's a little bit cheaper? Maybe I can sacrifice, this or that option, get it under 25K and save another $4,000.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that you're going to see that a lot on used Model Y prices too. But you're going to see more and more Teslas below that $25,000. I mean, that's kind of given, especially as Cybertruck ramps and people turn in their Model Ys and Model 3s to get the Cybertruck too. And I think Model S, you can even get it for less than 25K if it's old enough, right?
Oh yeah, I sell a lot of Model S's with a little bit higher miles under 25K.
But,
Yeah, exactly.
Effectively, from the two data points, it sounds like before there wasn't many cars below 25K, and this quote unquote incentive, which is supposed to encourage people to buy EVs, is actually having the effect of lowering resale values.
Yeah, actually, I'd agree with that. I think there's a lot of stuff still selling like above the $30,000 mark. Just cars that would never get into the 25K range, like a Raven Model S or Model X. Those aren't gonna. I mean, it's not expected that those will ever be under 25K. So there's still stuff selling. It's just the ones that are just right in between that middle ground there. Those are the ones that are really hard to sell.
Stacy.
Hi, Yaman. First of all, I do come here specifically for Yaman's humor, and that of others on the panel. So there's that. But I think for yesterday's call, one of the most notable things that I heard was when they mentioned and did a hypothetical forecast for the distributed inference that would happen when there are, potentially tens of millions of these robotaxis out there. And I question for you is that I know yesterday I did not understand what that meant, but now I do have an idea because you gave Omar gave a good explanation. But could you just maybe flesh that out just a little bit and describe for those in the audience maybe that don't know what that is? Because to me that was huge.
Well, Meta is the right one to do that. Meta.
Actually, I really liked it in one of your spaces. You used an analogy of we've been doing the training in the spaces, and you're testing the inference of others. Do you want to try that again? Because I think that's a good way to know others are listening.
So you want me to explain it? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I was gonna try and either nominate Habib or someone else.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, please do. I phone a friend on that one. Yeah.
Wait, hold on, Meta. Don't push out the software before it's ready.
We have to evaluate it to see if it survives.
No, it's not ready for public release beta testing.
Are you saying Habib takes a long time to get ready?
I think Habib is focused on other things like
it's okay.
the
I'll answer.
Are you all dodging my question?
No, I'll answer it. Basically, your question is regarding the scaling, right? There's these laws of scaling. They've held up pretty well across lots of different domains of AI. Ashok pointed out that there's 4 variables effectively: model size, training capacity, data, and then what he called architecture scaling, which is like new software techniques. You can't really change the model size in the car, but you can change the model size in the cloud. So what Ashok is saying is like with really large models in the cloud, they can get a sense of how that model performed in their simulation. They can then compress that down, and there's some scaling laws that let you see how the accuracy is going to diminish. And that seems to hold fairly consistently across many different domains. It's different ratios, but the law holds. And then you can use that to forecast, okay, if we make an even larger model and we bring in enough stuff, we can kind of forecast how much data we need to compress it down to a small model that can fit in the car that's going to meet our needs. So if they hit a moment where they said, hey, we've got a sufficiently good quality model at a very large size, all that remains for them at that point is to get enough data or to generate data, because you can also use simulated data, in to just do the training cycles to get there.
Okay, and what I was sort of speaking to as well is maybe you had mentioned, or yesterday I heard that, you know, typically there's a huge data center that has to analyze like the AI and push it back out. So if somebody has a question and it all goes to one big center and then it goes out, but if you had all these computers in the cars, then if I asked Grok a question, like it wouldn't have to go to the data center in Nevada or wherever it is. It would just go to my neighbor's Tesla and be pushed back to me, like the answer. That's sort of what I was more going for with the distributed inference capabilities. Maybe I'm not making sense.
No, that makes sense. So inference, the numbers have less bits. They have less precision in the hardware than the hardware that's used for training. So you can't run training jobs on inference chips. So the distributed stuff in the cars, it could be very good for serving models, but it'll never be good for training models. But you could see a future where you use the data centers to train the models, and then you compress them down, you put them on a bunch of cars, and then these cars could theoretically service some pool of customers and either get paid for it or, you know, provide a service to the owner.
Cool, thank you.
Just
That's
a quick
very theoretical.
note. I pinned at the top of your screens an example of a major mistake in these earnings transcripts. So people should be very careful about citing earnings transcripts. Okay. Like in this example at the top of your screens, Martin Vieca says, okay, a couple of more questions. So our favorite, can we make FSD transfer permanent until FSD is fully delivered with level 5 autonomy? And this was one of the most memorable moments of the earnings call because Elon shut it down with a single word answer and said no. Okay. But in this transcript, it's Lars Morabi saying yes. So this is how inaccurate. Yeah, this is how inaccurate these earnings calls can be. Earnings call transcripts can be. This is ridiculous, and I've been seeing this for many years. So what a lot of companies do is do an edited transcript and publish it on their investor relations website. So they have the release, the presentation, and then 24 hours or so later, they publish an edited transcript. Okay, to prevent stuff like this. I mean, this is just ridiculous. So I mean, it could literally take one of the analysts they have, or somebody, just a few hours to do it, and it would prevent misconceptions like this one.
They could literally just start with a model and then have somebody listen to it and read at the same time and fix mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. Wes.
Hey, I finally think I've got the X app stable.
Okay, good. V-Rod. Any questions, comments? Unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I just had a question. I'm not sure if it would fall under this space, but it was in relation to the Tesla semi trucks. Would we be seeing FSD on Tesla semi trucks, if we are going to see it, how long will it take?
Wes.
No, I wasn't ready to answer that question.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, at some point we'll definitely see FSD on semi as well. I think this semi truck program, though, it depends on how fast 4680s are ramping. So I think those batteries are going to be produced at Giga Nevada, and I think we're a little bit ways away from seeing FSD on semi, maybe 2-3 years. I would guess. Okay. Wes.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind going back to the if Meta wants to talk about it, about potentially figuring out a way to do training at the edge on Tesla vehicles.
I'll chat about it if you want to talk about the production line after.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, or we can talk about the production line first. Either way.
Go for it.
Yeah, so the trip chip, I don't think that they've discussed specifically what precision those chips can or cannot run at. Is that your understanding?
No, because when the trip chips originally came out, they also published a paper on what they called C float 16 and C float 8. So it's 16-bit.
Yeah, and training can be done on 16-bit. Would you agree?
No, I don't think that. I haven't seen a paper do it on 16-bit.
At all?
Yeah, nothing meaningful.
Gotcha. So I have done some small training on 16-bit, and I think that it's possible to do distributed training, potentially at that precision. I mean, it would take work, but I think that that is potentially viable in order to tap into this potential incredibly large amount of inference.
Maybe it's certainly, yeah. If it was made possible that you could do the training on 16-bit, then yes. I think there's just obviously, there's a huge gulf between 16 and 32.
Yeah.
I don't think you need 64 anymore. So
No.
given that we've gone down from 128 to 64 it's possible. Maybe
Yeah.
that happens, but I'll need to go look at some more research. I haven't seen anybody really trying to do that. For what it's worth, quantization, while it's still done to a degree, has gotten kind of a bad rap because when quantization goes wrong, it goes wrong wildly. It doesn't go
Yes,
wrong
I know.
a little bit. So
I
the
know.
nature of how bad it can be, and it just seems like it's like taking all the neurons in your brain and randomly shrinking them, right? Like there's no rhyme or reason in what's going to end up happening to your brain after you've done that. So distillation has taken over as a result.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll look forward to talking about that in the future then.
Yeah, I've seen some distillation papers that compress large models to smaller bits, but they always start with larger models. So I think you could maybe fine tune. That would be an interesting thing. I think that might work, but I don't know if you could do a foundational model.
Yeah, that's my point though. You start with a cloud level, and then you do final training at the edge. And then also training just some levels of the model at the edge, I think is also interesting. And I think that that might be something that could be done on an individual car or a small subset of cars. You don't need like, tens of thousands to accomplish that.
Yeah, I think that falls into the category of continual learning,
Yeah.
which I think is, in my opinion, as of yet, not just unsolved. No viable papers that I've seen to solve it.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying that this is, current state of the art or something that's been done for a while, but I'm interested to think about that more now. Because if we are looking at kind of the, end of the road of well, not the end of the road, but large foundational model training cycles taking, anywhere from 2 weeks to a month or something to train, and maybe that keeps going on for a while. There looks like there is an opportunity to do some amount of, final or continual training, maybe is a better way to say it, at the edge.
Well, another way you could think about it is, imagine what you could do if you have an Optimus, you've got a physical assistant, right? They can do a lot of things for you. But there's so many other things you could do if you could just get a free virtual assistant that was like really, really smart. You could have them organize your calendar better. You could have them research, vehicles like cheap Tesla, find buyers. You could come up with a business idea and it goes and tries and finds your customers for you. It can make your presentations for you. You just have like a over-the-air conversation, and this thing goes and does it for you. All that kind of work today would have to happen in the cloud, but maybe in theory that could move to the edge.
Wait, are you talking about just inference?
Yep, inference only. I'm saying like there's so much more demand for inference that can move to custom ASICs that you don't necessarily need to put the training there, right?
Oh yeah, I agree. I'm just thinking about and I get that we could potentially use up all of this idle inference chip time at the edge with, you know, large batch amounts of inference, and that's what Ashok was talking about. But I'm thinking that there's still the opportunity to potentially come up with a more interesting way to do final training at the edge with idle time. And that's what I think could be very interesting for these, maybe these more edge cases that come up in the future. So you don't need to have this long round trip time to get the vehicle to learn these new areas of issues. Does that make sense?
It does. There's a bunch of papers in this space of federated learning that describes what you're describing. The only downside is you still need to somehow send that stuff up so other customers experience the benefits of what your car has learned. So in that way, it's better than humans, right? You can learn through vicariously very well. And then the other thing to keep in mind is the training requires a lot of bandwidth. The chips have to talk to each other a lot. There's a lot of data that you're moving back and forth while you're doing training, which is where data centers excel.
Yeah, and this experiment that I was involved with many years ago involved very, very small models over long periods of time, you know, like several hours. Well, at least back then it was a long time, because if you could do this on a larger set of training optimized chips, it would take like not even seconds sometimes, you know, very, very short amount of time. But being able to put that on an inference optimized chip was kind of the goal, because there was just massive amounts of idle inference chips at one point. And so the theory was, if you could utilize those for very small amounts of training, you know, very, very small models, to make very quick kind of small trained models to do very specific things, then you could more accurately make a very quick round trip better decision than you otherwise would if you didn't do this at all. And it was free, because all of this compute was idle. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So anyway, I'm happy to talk about that more later if you want.
Yeah, the other thing just to keep in mind is, so the chinchilla curve in the paper, it shows the optimal curve. So if you say this is how much data I have, it'll tell you if you build a data center larger than this, you're wasting money. If you build a data center smaller than this, you're wasting the data that you're collecting.
Yeah.
So that golden ratio is, you can't really get away from it, right? It is what it is. So you have to either increase the data, or you have to decrease your compute, or whatever you want to do. The alternative, though, that does come from the paper is, if you're willing to throw 10x more compute at something, you can effectively have how much data you need to collect, which it's proportional both directions, right? So in that way, theoretically, if training chips got extremely cheap, if you had tons of stuff just lying around, yeah, you could see really good AI getting built, right? Idle ASICs, I can't imagine it doesn't bother Elon that they're not being used for something useful. It seems like a waste of good resources for humanity.
Yeah. Yep.
Shay.
Yeah, I was all about distributed inference, but now this distributed learning training kind of breaks a couple of neurons in my brain. So Meta, how would a
Actually, before that,
oh sorry yes
there's a supply. We went from
sorry
16 to
yes oh
28.
yeah yes
Okay. Did you see the definition of data supply in Tesla's
yes
presentation? What is
uh-huh
okay? What does it say?
the
Did that click?
75 days prior
No,
sales.
no. So the reason why you went from 1628 is not that it's that the deliveries declined too, right? So the denominator decreased.
Oh right, okay,
Okay. Now I ask the question.
okay, gotcha. uh No, so so then if you are trying to start a training run on a inference computer, which is basically smaller and optimized for inference, and then obviously doesn't have the training model on it. So you have this whole like you got to remove the inference model, put the training model back on, train for whatever, maybe you have 10 minutes or you have like a unknown amount of time that you can use this ASIC, on the edge for, and then immediately the driver comes back, and now you have to, drive the car. So now you're back on the inference model. So how all that logistically or even architecturally would even work?
Yeah, so this is a fun problem that exists in data centers too. The average disk drive breaks about 3 to 5 years, every 3 to 5 years. When you do the math on the seconds, this means that if you have around, say, 1 million disk drives, every time you run a batch job, you're guaranteed to have a disk failure. So multiply this out by however many jobs you're running per day, and that the million number drops very quickly. There's a bunch of software solutions, RAID, and various other ways to deal with this that exist already. But the core of it is just you ask more than one machine to do it, and if it fails, you wait a certain amount of time and you give it to another one.
Oh, right. Yeah. Fair enough.
Wes.
Yeah, and solving that with just having backup drives available with duplicates of information and checkpointing your model training is also another way to help with that.
Yeah, I was just wondering about the overhead of like, how would a training model fit on even an edge ASIC, trying to do inference or doing good inference. But
No,
yeah,
gotcha. We're talking about a much smaller model. I'm not
right,
talking about retraining the foundational model. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if a vehicle hits a corner case and, for whatever reason it failed, the ability to potentially retrain just for that one scenario at the edge. That's my thinking. If you could do that and then pass that to other vehicles that are about to enter that, they wouldn't make the mistake in the short term. And then in the long-term cycle, you fix it in the foundational model. But you have like a short-term Band-Aid that you could retrain for at the edge.
right. And I think you were saying, right, there seemed some dynamic inference behavior on your drives that suddenly the car stopped making errors. I have noticed that as well, by the way, but again, I don't know
That's
enough
really
to make that.
cool. I'm glad to hear that somebody else has noticed that. I think that's simply map metadata, however.
Yeah, no.
But I think it could be because I know the model is determining spatialities. So where a given how thick a given lane is, or how thick a median is, and where is that median. And if the media is in such a place, then there's most likely, it's most likely is a median, and you can label it as a median or identify it and classify it as a median, so that you know that the correct lane that you want to be in is on the other side of that median, and it's not just a curb. That type of thing.
Yeah, and I saw Meta's comment on a recent, somebody posted their data from trips, and they had kind of classified according to lighting conditions, like rain and weather conditions, which was very interesting, I thought. And it could be just one of those things where, when I'm taking the turn, it's just different weather or different light, and it behaves differently. So I don't really think it's learning dynamically, but I do
Okay.
see these very often. Yeah.
I actually have a quote from Ashok that I plan to use going forward in these spaces. He says something literally to the effect of, these are distributions, and it's going to have a distribution of output, aka it's probabilistic, it's random. Don't try to figure it out.
Yep.
Yes, 100%.
Okay. So just a quick reminder, when you're not talking, put yourself on mute, Ashay. When you're not
Oh,
talking, put
sorry,
yourself
I
on
may
mute.
have forgotten.
Put yourself on mute. Okay. And then the other rule reminder for everybody is that when you come up, new speakers are required to ask questions. The questions should start with the 4 W's and an H. What, when, where, who, or how. Okay.
5 W's.
And
Why?
oh my gosh. Okay, 5 W's. And the reason for that is because this space will accelerate. Okay. We want silence instead of noise. So if it's not signal, it better be silence instead of noise. So that's equivalent to, let's say you're producing 500,000 cars a year at Fremont. Okay. Instead of having to introduce more production lines, if you just speed up the lines, then you can produce more cars on the same line. That's the same thing. So we need to speed up the lines. And that's going to happen with questions. Start with 5 W's and an H. Wes.
So I'm looking at my whole Mars catalog feed, and he's at the Jensen speech, and apparently Jensen just said AGI within 5 years. I'm wondering what Meta thinks about that.
I'm not going to be able to answer that question, Wes.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, I will say one thing related to the previous topic, and you can make of it whatever you want. You know how there's back prop and forward prop in the training phases? There's
Yeah.
nothing academically that requires high precision during back prop.
This is what I'm talking about. Yep.
Yeah, I figured you were already there. So
Yep.
just saying very clearly there are parts of training, not all training, but bandwidth would become your issue.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. It's a longer conversation. I'll bore everybody to tears. We can talk about the production line if you want.
Yeah, I had a question. In the call, they said something like multiple cars. Again, the transcript could be wrong. I think I heard the same thing, but oh.
No, I heard it too.
Okay. How hard is it from like, not Tesla, but just in general, how hard is it to make more than one car on the same line? I know they talked about possibly doing that for 3 and Y, but it doesn't sound like they ever got there. Can you help elaborate on what the challenges are in doing that?
Yeah. So, and I mentioned this a little bit to you already. On some production lines, they're designed for like a 10,000 a year run rate. So lots of kind of not automated technologies. And then obviously like other manufacturing lines are designed for 100,000 or even more like 1 million, or there's several lines that are all duplicated so that you have an output of like 1 million, say for Model Y. And when you do something at that high of run rate, your stations, where the car or the assembly stops, or maybe maybe you have a continuous line. I'm going to get too into the weeds. It's not that hard, I will say, to do variants of the same chassis size. Once you change the chassis size, then it becomes extremely complex to have to switch out all of these different parts on the line. And the robots can be programmed to do something different, and the issues that you have with those robots making something different for, you know, some amount of vehicles that come down the line, they might have to be tuned differently and different maintenance done on them so that they can be as accurate and precise with both variants or you know, multiple variants. So it becomes a very big issue the larger your the faster your production line goes and the more vehicles that are pumped through it. If it's a slower line, if you're only producing like 10,000, and this was my idea when at least this is the thought I had when I heard Lars talking about it. If your current line, let's say, does, you know, 250,000, you know, like the Cybertruck line max capacity is, and then you wanted to say like, during some amounts of slower throughput, you might want to run like 10 of these other vehicles through. This is how you do pilot production. And then you rewrite the software for these bots or for these automated machines that do the installation. You rewrite that and then you make those, and then you see how well your yield is and how well things go. That in and of itself results in issues that you have to fix. Let's say you fix them, and now you have a way to kind of integrate a very low run rate variant in a high run rate, high yield line. And that's not hard. That's actually pretty straightforward. There's a lot of things that you don't have to do. You don't have to do a lot of hard tooling. It can be a lot of soft tools. It can be a lot of shared parts. It can be a lot of similar or exact manufacturing instructions. You know, so your line workers and or your bots don't have to do materially different things, and you don't see a lot of like wide variances. So it's not unprecedented to do something like that. Because we see this in other vehicles. I mean, a lot of people know that traditional car companies share platforms. You know, like I mentioned to Meta, the Toyota BZ4X or RX or whatever shares the same platform as the Subaru Solterra, and they're made on the same line. They just have slightly different, I would call them, you know, more like different different facades. You know, the fit and finish of some things just looks different. The aesthetics look different, but largely all the features are the same. So those are made on the same line. They have slightly different manufacturing instructions, all the things that I just talked about. So it's not unheard of, and it's not necessarily uncommon either. But when you're talking about something where there might be a different chassis size, that's where it becomes materially different and much harder. And if I haven't bored everybody to tears, I can talk about that too.
If I can summarize, you're
Yes,
basically
please.
you're basically saying the more the cars vary, especially from the frame and the chassis, the less likely it is you could use the same line. But also, if you're going to run a lot of the cars, even if they don't vary much, because of the wear and tear on the machines, that can get complicated. Is that correct?
Yeah, holding the chassis similar or exact makes it so much easier and less complex. And then if they're both low production number of vehicles, you know, like 10,000 a year run rate design, the likelihood is much higher that you'll be able to do that successfully.
So you could prototype a few different vehicles at low run rates and then build custom lines for the ones that do well or wait for unboxed.
Yes, exactly. And that's what I was thinking that he's talking about. I know that this might be, you know, something that a lot of people don't have experience with, but imagine that you're making a piece of IKEA furniture, and you know everything goes like super well and it's super easy, and then you come to this one part and you're like, this part is really messing me up. Most likely that part is where that shares a manufacturing or an assembly instruction with another piece of furniture. And the reason why it's hard or like is confusing or like doesn't work really well is because that's the seam, that's the problem, that's where they've leveraged, and it becomes a weak point. Does that make sense?
I was with you up until about 60% of that.
Okay. I don't know if, like, when's the last time you assembled something with instructions?
I mean, I've made furniture. Where you lost me was the seam. What's the seam?
Oh, the seam. Sorry, maybe I use that too liberally. It's like when you have two different org structures and you try to write code, you're going to see the org structure in your code. In other words, that's the seam, is between the two things where you see the weak point. The seam is the weak point. So like whenever you, like, you're probably wearing clothes right now, at least I hope you are. And on the shirt or whatever, or pants or whatever, it's where the two pieces of fabric are sewn together, and that's called a seam. That's where the word comes from.
I like how you were so scarred by machine that you really quickly corrected with "I at least hope you are," so that you didn't get any feedback that I wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really interesting for me to think that they might do this, because if they do, like, the world is their oyster if they get good at this, because you could potentially see many variants quickly coming out of this. Like, I was running the math on wheelbase and car width of the Model 3, and I'm thinking that they could come out with like 5 different variants very quickly that would be very applicable to like a 40 or even a 35 kilowatt hour battery and still get 300 miles of range by removing weight from the frunk and the trunk, as well as from the glass on the roof, just like super basic things, as well as the interiors being more NVH. Like they could easily lighten that up and drop like 400 or 500 kilos and make that vehicle extremely efficient, just from a process perspective.
Would it make sense that maybe they were waiting for the unbox process to do this, and this might be one of the ways that they pull the timeline forward by saying, let's not wait for the unbox process, let's test these things out? That's question one. And then question two, isn't the harder part not the production, but the servicing and maintenance of all the different parts that will be needed?
Yeah, the first part is I think the more interesting part, because unbox requires new ECUs, a lot of new software, individual components being fully tested and validated before the final assembly occurs. And then kind of the midpoint of that is that when you do make these changes to these other variants, you're going to introduce new issues into your existing line. Like, that's inherent, whenever you make changes on your line. And that's just going to involve, problems. That's why you do this pilot that I was talking about, so that you don't introduce those things, directly into your production. And then what was the last part?
The first question was about the production lines, and then the second one was the service maintenance burden.
Right. Yeah. The serviceability of these things is probably going to be just ease of replacement. I don't see there being a lot of maintenance, and then you'll have to design. For instance, like, I was thinking, what is this Cybercab going to have to? It's going to have to have a warranty of like 1 million miles, for it to be relevant. Because my calculations show that this low-cost vehicle, if it's turned into a robotaxi, which I assume this is the beginnings of robotaxi, that design, it's going to be traveling anywhere from like 100 to 200,000 miles a year. So a 5-year warranty is 1 million miles. So I don't see there being a lot of maintenance on these. In other words, you're going to see a really, really high amount of cyclic use, and then the thing will just fail and you'll replace it. So the ease of maintenance is just replacing versus like repairing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and if that's the direction they go, there could be two directions. If that's the direction they go, wouldn't a single piece cast be more advantageous? In which case, if you had a single piece cast and different interior structure, that could theoretically be different models. And then the other way you could go is the unboxed process is going to necessitate you to make all these distributed lines where you're going to have to make all the different kinds of seats, all the different kinds of interior, all the different kinds of doors, etc. So the serviceability of that is a problem whether you do unboxed or you do the single line process. And if they go that route, the problem stays the same. So they could solve one of the problems and not all of the problems.
I don't know that single cast buys you a lot. And the first time that I heard that, I was kind of like, furrowing my brow because I'm like, what does that buy you? Because it unboxed, essentially requires you to have at least 2 gigacasts, right? Because that's literally one side is one end of the car and the other side is the other end. So you have 2 casts. They could be identical potentially, but you still have to marry them together. Does that make sense so far? Did I lose you?
Oh, I was giving you a thumbs up, yes.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I wasn't staring at my phone. So you've got these 2 potentially identical gigacasts. That's another really interesting option. And they're put together on this shared chassis platform. So potentially you could conceive of like these 2 gigacasts being identical, and thus you could put different facades on several different facades and several different seating layouts. So manipulate the cargo space to make the car lighter, manipulate the feature sets to make the car lighter, manipulate the cabin space to make the car lighter, things like that. Is that what you're getting at?
No, I was just thinking of if there was like a trade-off in one direction or the other. If you wouldn't do single cast either way, then ignore my question. My premise was flawed.
I just don't. And I don't know if anybody else feels that way, but I don't see the benefits of single cast versus 2 identical front and rear casts. Because if you could do that, and I mean this goes into like all these ideas that I have about the robotaxi, being a vehicle that doesn't look as sexy as normal Teslas, but the functionality just goes way up. For a robotaxi, of getting in and out of spots very quickly, being able to, maneuver itself very, very nimbly, so it can get you from one place to another in an urban setting, a tight urban setting, way faster than you could with given current transportation.
Thank you. I'm going to think a little bit more about the production line and come back with more questions in the future.
I think there's a lot. I mean, I get that folks, when like you get into a car and you start to use like the features in the car, you might be thinking like, oh, like this is, I'm just used to this. And this is how a car functions. And the robotaxi and this next gen car, I think, are going to be vastly different. In other words, like I have to question the fact that we're going to have controls on the door or at all in the vehicle. All of the controls, I think, will be accessed from the app. For instance, I just don't see a reason to have all that, because if you don't have that, you eliminate lots of weight, you eliminate lots of redundancy of wires, you eliminate the need to have like all of this extra code that's running through the car, a lot less ECUs, a lot less power draw. and the car can just go a lot further with a lot less electricity.
All right. Metaverse, did you guys see Facebook's 15% drop after hours?
Did you say 50?
15.
Oh my God. You scared me. I was like, what
I
happened?
heard 50
Why?
too.
Why are you scared? Do you own shares?
No, I don't own shares, but if Facebook dropped that much, something clearly bad happened in an industry in which I'm clearly close to. So I just wanted to know what happened.
Yeah, they own, I mean, they beat on the top line, bottom line, but I guess the revenue guidance was like or whatever. That's what I just saw on the headlines. But I mean, the stock ran up quite a bit. So
Could it
I
possibly
wouldn't.
be that they're making all these models for free? Like Llama 3 is amazing. Llama 4 is probably gonna be amazing. But now you hear Zuckerberg talking about like, maybe we got to figure out a way to make money on these things because it costs us a lot of money and we don't really have a way to
Well,
make money on them.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
Llama 4, by the way.
I don't closely follow this company. So but we should, like a lot of these mega tech companies tie in together. So I have a really good understanding now of the semiconductors, which, a couple months ago, I didn't know anything about them. So thank you to you, Wes, Yoda, Omar, and many others that I have a very strong understanding of this company now.
I'd be curious to hear if you decided, we can talk about this offline, if you decided you want to look into Facebook, like the social media landscape where it intersects with chips is also very interesting, right? Kind of goes to X.
Right. Yeah, I want to build a good understanding of all of these big tech companies. Because at a minimum, we compete with them in terms of hiring. Like we compete in terms of AI engineers. So we should
And chips.
understand. And chips. Stacy, then Yoda.
Yeah, regarding the drop in Facebook, I mean, clearly Mark must have posted something yesterday on Meta that caused it to dip so much. I think we should really look into that and psychoanalyze, exactly where he's, falling down. Maybe even just remove him as a CEO or whatever he is of Meta, because obviously he's posting things.
Maybe
that-
he challenged another CEO to a fight and then didn't show up.
We can put Ross Gerber in charge of Meta. Yoda?
Yeah, question for the panel. Which other company do you follow this closely, as close as you do maybe Tesla, and maybe your just your top three?
Is that for me or Meta? Because Meta is not going to answer that question.
You got it.
Anyone in the panel.
It's like you might as well ask me where I work. Like, of course, there's companies I follow that are gonna be on that list.
Yeah. Wes?
For me, it's NVIDIA, SpaceX, and other car companies, I would say, but nothing as much as Tesla.
Yeah.
I had another
Wes,
question or topic as well.
1 second. Do you still hold NVIDIA?
I don't know.
When did you sell?
I sold at 9. I don't even remember, 9 something.
Oh, that's great. I'm so happy
Yep.
for you.
Yep. I'm still a huge believer in the company, but I wanted to move it into Tesla. So
good.
It was just
Great.
too much of an opportunity to buy Tesla at such a low price.
Good.
This is a self-serving question, but out of curiosity, did the spaces help nudge you over, or was it unrelated?
No, I mean, no, it's just Tesla dropped so low. I think is the big thing. And yes, anything that runs up that fast feels like a bubble, but I still feel like, they're just going kind of crazy. And that latest acquisition for the orchestration software, I don't know if you saw that, is pretty amazing.
What's your question?
It's kind of a separate topic because Ford did earnings today and they were negative adjusted
go ahead.
flow. I found it interesting that they went negative on adjusted free cash flow.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. I can take a quick look.
I can.
Where did you
hit
see that?
Let me DM
No,
you the.
No DMs. I don't need it. I have a press release up here.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
This is the earnings presentation, and it's on the deck. It's just easy to see that they went from, their last 4 quarters was positive adjusted free cash flow, and they've recently gone negative.
Well, isn't that true for Tesla?
Yeah, I know, but it just goes to show that the market, the current vehicle market, took a hit in Q1.
Well, that's not true. So the sales are up. So the only reason why free cash flow is negative for these companies, I mean, I don't know what the reason for Ford is just yet, but I'm guessing it's the same reason as Tesla. They build January, February when the sales are low, inventory grows. If the inventory grows, that has a negative impact on your free cash flow. On your cash flow statements, if you look at it, there's a kind of catch-all account called change in working capital accounts. So growth into your working capital is basically cash outflow, right? You're paying your suppliers, but you didn't get the benefit of the sales because you didn't sell the vehicles. So there's no cash inflow. So that's why you kind of get this temporary dip in cash flow in Q1, all else equal. Go ahead.
Yeah, last Q1 they were positive 700 million.
Yeah, I mean that's again, like I said, all else equal. So, I mean, I can take a closer look for the 2 quarters and let you know what exactly happened. But if your inventory grows, your operating cash flow will take a hit. If your inventory goes down, your operating cash flow will benefit from that. But this is temporary. Go ahead.
And then there's another slide on Ford Model E, and the revenue is at its all-time lowest since they initiated that switch.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it was down more than 70%.
It's really, it's 70 year over year, is down 70%.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
So where did you see that, Wes, that their free cash flow went negative? On their press release or someone's tweets?
No. On their presentation, their earnings presentation deck.
Gotcha.
It's a
The other
slide
thing
deck.
is, like, kind of generally speaking, earnings presentation slide decks are just lots of positive spin. So I actually recommend people, if you're interested in analyzing traditional automakers, go into their press release at a minimum and go down to the financial statements. So if I have a cash flow statement up here, okay, Q1, and you kind of have this increase in the working capital accounts, finance receivable, accounts receivable, inventory. Okay, look at that. So this is page 9 of 20 on the press release. Okay, you can see the increase in inventory was 3.15 billion. 3.15 billion. So you said, what was the negative adjusted free cash flow? Was it 700 million?
No, the negative was 500 million. And I'm
Yeah,
going to have to.
So if
I'm
it
gonna have to
wasn't for the
drop off for a
inventory,
few minutes, just so you know.
if it wasn't for the inventory increase, it would have been 2+ billion positive. Tesla pill.
Regarding synthetic data versus real world data for autonomy, Meta had previously spoken that synthetic data actually works quite well. And other companies, especially NVIDIA, they have pretty good compute and they have the framework to build synthetic data, driving data. How likely is a company like NVIDIA able to quickly produce some sort of autonomous driving software utilizing synthetic data only?
You can't use synthetic data alone, right? Think of it like you have a real world understanding. Once you've gotten enough of a real world understanding, you can kind of daydream different scenarios where somebody might attack you and kind of visualize how you're going to deal with those different situations, but you not have all the details of exactly what the person looks like or where they are. You just have like a very small understanding of the world. That would be like the equivalent of what that is. So
A
you
lot
can
of
use it for
the
some.
NVIDIA bulls, that's what they talk about is autonomy and NVIDIA and synthetic data. And they have the new B100s, which are even more powerful than the H100s. But yeah, I don't believe that synthetic data alone would be enough.
As a counterpoint, Waymo advertised for a while they had billions of miles of simulated data, and Elon used to dunk on that. But now, obviously, he doesn't say that as much. And Tesla's doing the same thing. So a certain amount of real world data, and what seems like what got Waymo across the finish line was some real world data, but an extremely large amount of synthetic data got them at least in certain areas across the finish line. So because Tesla hasn't really exercised that muscle that much yet, it would be very interesting to see how far they can get. If you think there's like maybe you need to have 1 real world mile for every 10 real simulated miles, that would mean that Tesla still gets one more order of magnitude of data for free. Well, not for free, but they can get compression for one more order of magnitude.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm curious, Meta, why do you say that? They've been showing off, simulated worlds and environments since Autonomy Day, if I'm not mistaken. And yes, I kind of agree with this, but why do you think they don't have a lot of simulated synthetic situations?
Oh no, I think they do have it. I apologize. I didn't mean to imply they don't have it. I don't think they have as much synthetic data as their real world data in terms of a ratio if we compare it to something like Waymo. Just I'm hypothesizing this given how large their real world miles are. Sorry, this is becoming a tongue twister.
No, no, not at all. And I don't mean this as a like a confrontational question. I have noticed that as well, and I was thinking maybe like AlphaGo, they would just build that side of the equation so hard and fast that they may not even worry about collecting real world data. And there must be a technical reason it's not that easy to build that. I guess for visual data.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy to build, right? The simulations and stuff take time. You also have to look at the DNA of the companies. Waymo starts at a company that has huge amounts of computational power available, batch processing, whenever the cloud machines are not being used at their disposal effectively for free, right? Whereas Tesla has to build out the data centers and they have to grow. So it makes more sense for them to sell the vehicles and use the money and the profit from the vehicles to continue to grow out. So it just the DNA of the companies led to them attacking the same problem in different ways. If Tesla had a whole bunch of compute, it's not like they would say, let's not use synthetic data.
So overall, we can still conclude that because Tesla has the most real world data, they're still far ahead, and other companies can't just use synthetic data to catch up quickly and build a software which is an autonomous driving solution to compete against Tesla.
I don't think we can conclude that. We may say we think that's a likely outcome, but the reason why I would say it'd be hard to conclude that is because Waymo works, right? We have to acknowledge that Waymo works. And if Waymo works, then the ratio of real world to synthetic data for that region was sufficient to get there. So another company with that much compute could get there. And the techniques that exist today compared to when they started are quite different, so they could get there faster.
Yoda.
Yeah, that's why I was talking specifically about NVIDIA, because I think they have a lot of compute.
NVIDIA tends to sell their compute. So Microsoft has a lot of compute, but I'm not sure how much NVIDIA has.
Yoda.
Yeah, one thing about NVIDIA is that their solution has to cater to multiple legacy auto or auto OEMs. And so in the long run, it's difficult for their solution to be the best for any one OEM, whereas that will be purpose built from full stack for Tesla, from the chip to control. And so there's an advantage that's worth noting there.
Meta, can you speak to this Run AI acquisition?
Sorry, can you just run an AI for what?
NVIDIA acquire GPU orchestration software provider Run AI.
I need to look into that before I can answer your question.
Who's the OB?
I mean, my interest in AI manifested around the time I saw a video of Mario Kart, an AI playing Mario Kart, and so I mean, that's how how I got into this. But I think the question is, can NVIDIA map out the world, sort of like you have a predefined map like in Mario Kart, where there's sort of grids and tiles. I think Tesla already has that real world data through the users, and so I think that's really the edge. I don't think NVIDIA could. Maybe they have satellites or whatever, but I don't think they're without the real world data. That's the same thing.
The real world
No,
data that you need is the physics, right? Like I think people really underestimate, like when you do physics in college or in high school, you usually assume no friction, you assume no, resistance, no drag, all these kinds of things. And then you barely get to like something somewhat close to reality, and people find that math really hard. And when you do derivatives, sometimes you get to equations that can't be solved, right? So even with the great simplification that we do in physics classes, we can't really model the real world. We don't actually know the real physics. There's like the grand unification theory. There's all these things people have been chasing after, but like, I think there's this perception that we know how physics works. We don't. And so that's what these models are trying to infer and learn internally. But again, they can't tell us what they learned. They just kind of learn it the way we learn it. We understand the physics when we're navigating around, but if you ask somebody like, how many kilowatts are they using when they move the leg? They don't know the answer to that, right? Or how many watts? The core issue is really, really hard. So you can't just say we can simulate our way out of it, because you can only simulate things you deeply understand. That's why you can simulate the tests, because you deeply understand the tests, but it's hard to simulate the training. You can take an existing situation, like a lot of what Tesla showed was taking a situation and changing the lighting conditions. We understand the physics of that pretty well. You could take this situation, you could simulate rain, you could synthetically add a car, you can do various things like that, but you're usually starting from a real world situation and then modifying it.
Alan asks in YouTube Live that he says he experienced a couple of takeovers today that he believes were due to map data. If Alan can't come up, we can always ask him questions. If he can't come up to request to speak, we can ask him questions, because without further kind of prodding questions, we don't really know if it's due to bad map data. Often people think it's because of this and that, and it's just that's not the case. But he asks, is there any plans for map data to improve as we go forward, or will FSD disregard it and rely on what it sees?
Yeah, I think it'll always use navigation data. Humans drive better knowing the route that they need to go without looking, at the road alone and just relying on road signs, which often are not that great. I think especially with GPS, more and more cities probably have crappier and crappier road signs because people don't depend on it. Sometimes roads don't even have a street sign, so how are you supposed to know where you're supposed to go? So I don't think that's a strong necessity. It could become offline maps maybe in the future, but then you run the risk of not knowing where things are when things change, and maybe you can rely on vision for that. But I don't think that's not the thing to optimize. I have one last question for you, Iman, if I can ask, and then I got to go.
Yeah.
On the Ford comparison, do you happen to know for Tesla when they were free cash flow negative, was it just inventory buildup? If they hadn't built up the inventory, I thought it was also like the capex and stuff.
The free cash flow negative was larger than the AI related capex that they mentioned. So inventory buildup definitely played a role, and obviously the AI capex played a role as well. So
Was the inventory buildup on its own sufficient to explain it, or no?
yeah, without, I think, just off the top of my head, I think they identified $1 billion of AI related capex. Okay, and without that, it would still be negative. Yes. Yeah, but the primary driver of it is the difference between production and delivery, obviously. So all the cash flow statement starts with the net income number. So basically, everything that impacts the net income number impacts the cash flow, and then adjusts for non-cash stuff. And that's how you get to operating cash flow. And then you take out the capex, you get to free cash flow. So yes, of course, without the AI related $1 billion of capex it would still be negative free cash flow. But that's not the thing to focus on, guys. Like I can't emphasize enough. The net income figures, GAAP results are most important. Free cash flow stuff is like free cash flow over the longer term approximates GAAP, the income statement. Cash flow approximates over longer term the income statement. Okay. Cash flow stuff is important only when you give a situation like Rivian and you're literally worried about cash flow, like your cash balance, the bankruptcy and stuff. That's when that's when it's most important. And it was important back in 2018, 2019 for Tesla, but that's no longer the case. Ashay?
Oh, yeah, you can tell that I'm a little bit trying to figure out this inventory versus free cash flow this quarter because it's just been such an anomalous quarter. And CERN recently published some, he talked about he's talked about a little bit on, why do we see this quarter such a big gap between what they built and what they sold, and that's not very common for Tesla. They usually, the numbers are pretty close. And the whole shipping and logistics issue is what a lot of people think has caused this delay. And again, I'm not focusing on that since Meta asked the question. I just wanted to point that CERN has also posted a couple of scenarios of why of how the cash flow would be different if the inventory buildup wasn't this high. I just wanted to send that in.
So what do you want to do with that information? Do you want to go on to profile and pick it out, or do you like the way I kind of recommend people do this is you don't have to like mention other people, because then it becomes a little like you can bring up what they posted and pick something specific and specifically ask about that instead of general comment like that, which doesn't add anything to the conversation.
I just want to provide Meta the source. Like there's more information there. I can bring it up when I study it more, I guess.
Omar?
Hey, I just got out of seeing Jensen Huang speak. Pretty interesting, inspiring talk. Tesla and Elon did get mentioned at the beginning. Patrick Collison, the CEO of Stripe, said Elon Musk announced yesterday on Tesla's earnings call that they're going to have up to 85,000 H100s by the end of the year. Do you love just being in a position in your business where companies are competing to see who can have the most of your product? So it was interesting overall. He talked about the story behind starting the company and everything, and how originally when they started CUDA, which is the sort of the data accelerated computing engine that has powered so much of the AI boom since AlexNet. And he said, he had this vision and he built it out and it was a total flop. Nobody wanted it. There were no applications, and ended up just driving up the cost of their GPUs, which killed their margins. The stock went down from $8 billion to a $1 billion market cap. It was bad times. And, it took 10 years before that investment actually paid off through this AI boom. So pretty interesting. And he seems to have a lot of similar thoughts to Elon on how to manage a company. He says he has 60 direct reports. So really interesting. And stock's coming under pressure a little bit. So kind of an interesting time for the company.
Thank you. Ashay, did you find the tweet that you were talking about?
Find the what I was talking about?
The CERN tweet that you mentioned, right?
Yes, I'm looking. I can. So you want me to post,
Yeah,
or
reply
how
to the
should I say?
space. Reply to the space with
Okay,
it. I'll take a
gotcha.
look.
Okay, all right, hold it.
Omar, what else is going on in that conference?
Well, just a lot of people talking about credit card payments. Nothing too crazy. Stripe, of course, is an amazing company. I use them for my own, home Mars business. And Elon was actually an early investor in Stripe. So I'm still thinking about the earnings call, honestly. I'm still thinking about these new models. I'm still thinking about what's going on with FSD. I'm still thinking about, um, everything that's happening with this unveil on 8/8. So that's just been on my mind and why I came back in here.
Okay. What do you think yeah. Well, what do you want to talk about?
I think
I think the hybrid point they made at the call was really interesting. Like,
he opened with it. He straight
yeah.
up. Yeah.
And Marquez did that video on hybrids, which I was like, really? You're doing a video on hybrids? And it seems like Tesla, they made a very powerful statement. They said, look, everyone's pulling back on EVs. They're investing in hybrids instead. But you know what? We think it's actually going to be BEVs. And that's what we need to invest in. And there are actually very few companies. We've gone from, oh, the competition is coming, everyone's going to make EVs and they're going to be great, and Tesla's going to have nothing, to very quickly everybody's abandoning EVs. Ford EV revenue down, 70% because nobody can make money on it. And even BYD again selling more hybrids in this quarter, the first quarter, than BEVs. So it seems like Tesla is really the only company in the world that is fully committed to BEV. And I mean, of course, that's not true. There's other pure BEV companies, but none at the scale of Tesla. And I think it really makes a difference in priorities and things like that. When you're hedging your bets, when you have hybrids, when you have, a plug-in hybrid vehicle you can plug in, but you can still put gas in it, you don't think about, for example, okay, how do I make a charging network that's good enough that EVs will be a success? Because if they're not, my business has no sales, right? So I think this strategy is going to end up paying off very well. During the Model 3 days and after that, people came to realize that they had been underinvesting in EVs, and then there was a big rush of investment to catch up. I think we're going to see another wave of that after these new generation of affordable EVs that are coming out of China and coming out of Tesla. So I think the industry's wrong. And it really kind of just underscored it hearing Jensen talk again, where again he was talking about CUDA and he said, I had this vision for accelerated computing and I did it and it was a flop. And people, said, oh, these chips are too expensive, da da da. And I just thought, they're stupid. They just don't get it, right? And he talked about $0 billion markets. He said, I want to get into $0 billion markets that haven't emerged yet. And there's just a lot of reward to be had from long-term thinking. The market and our economy just reward short-term thinking. It's all about the next quarter. But if you spend all your time thinking about the next quarter, you may not realize the opportunities that won't play out next quarter, but that, if you continue to invest in them, will play out in a big way, because people tend to be so short-term focused and don't chase those long-term opportunities. I mean, look at FSD, right? I mean, how many years has it been where he said, we're going to do this? They've been shipping incremental updates along the way. He's like a broken record, he's consistent. He just keeps saying it, and everybody's been laughing at him and mocking him and saying it couldn't be done the whole time. He stayed consistent. He's done it. And look at where they've got, where, nobody else has gotten. And you look at 4680, for example. When did they first talk about their plans for 4680? It was in 2020 on Battery Day, I believe in the summer of 2020. And here we are in 2024, 4 years later, and they're just starting to get to a place where they say by the end of the year, we're going to be beating the cost from our nickel cell suppliers, aka Panasonic and LG. So our 4680 will be lower cost than Panasonic and LG, which, by the way, I kind of wonder if that's with the IRA credit or before or after. But regardless, coming in actually lower cost. So 4 years of work, a lot of time invested, a lot of pain, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears trying to get it to ramp. But 4 years later, it results in them now having a lower cost cell for high range vehicles. So long-term thinking, I think, plays out if you stick with it. And Tesla and Elon are very good at long-term thinking.
Thanks, Omar. It's a quick announcement. I'm ending YouTube Live. If you want to continue, you have to come to X. Ending YouTube Live. If you want to continue the space, come to X. Thanks, everyone on YouTube Live.